Alrighty, let's get started here. How's everybody doing today? Just gonna check in, see if everybody can just hear me fine, make sure everybody's able to get on. Cool, nice. Sounds like people can hear me. I'm doing good, Platinum. Thanks for asking. Emiya. Oh, is that like an anime character? I haven't watched that show, whatever they're from. Okay, let's just check here. Oh, I see. I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't actually watched or played any of the games, but I hear it's pretty cool. Alright, let's get started here. Let's break stuff down. Hello, Goken. Welcome in. It's not my first stream, but it is my first stream on YouTube in about 3, 4, maybe 5 years. I stream on Twitch sometimes, playing Tenkaichi. Kind of rare, but I do sometimes. So, if there are any hiccups, excuse me. This is not something I do a lot, but it's just something I figured I'd do because I've been looking at the trailers a lot, and I've been finding things that I think you might find something interesting in particular as well. Especially with the newer trailers, I saw something that that you might enjoy, or I don't know. I guess just things that might show up in the game because, obviously the information we have is very limited, but I'm trying to just theorize, hope that certain things show up that we don't have confirmation on, and, we'll just find stuff out as we go. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it, Aries. Okay, let's take a look at, I guess, every trailer. I guess we can get started with the announcement trailer from back in December. I think it was shown at the Game Awards, right? Back in December. I'm assuming the audio's fine. You can hear me over the trailer and everything. I checked just in case before streaming, but if the audio levels are off, but let me know. Okay. Dude, I was jumping and screaming when I saw this trailer. I immediately joined VC. When Geoff Keighley said Dragon Ball, I hopped in VC and started screaming. All my friends were freaking out too. Cool. Obviously, we've gotten confirmation of Vanishes. I'm pretty sure that's a Rush Super right there from Broly. Of course, we have in-game transformations and a bunch of characters flashing. When it comes to actually breaking this trailer down, there's not a whole lot, but I talked to a bunch of people about this particular scene in the beginning. This part right here, from the shot of the Gizzard Wasteland. If you notice, this animation style is actually completely different from the rest of the game. in animation terms, this is animated on, I guess, 2s or 4s, and the rest of the game is animated on 1s. So what I suspect this sequence in particular is from, let me actually slow it down. That's might be a bit too slow, but let's see here. 0.5 might be good. So this sequence right here is animated completely differently from the game, and I think this is actually from either a tutorial sequence that starts when you start the game, or this is from the intro of the game. If you didn't know, the old Tenkaichi games had CG intros. If they're continuing the tradition, then I can totally see this part in particular being from that intro. Oh, I accidentally skipped it. Jeez. Okay. Beyond that, let's see here. Let me actually go back. Let's go back full speed and then skip over that intro sequence right there. After that, we see Goku doing an up smash. And yeah, it does, right? It is very easy to miss, but it is animated completely differently, Reggie. So we see an up smash right here. Let me actually launch the game and show you direct comparisons from the original game and Sparking Zero, just so we have a reference point. That way I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just fast forwarding it, so if you hear something weird, that's just me scrolling through the game. The story, that's a great question. I actually think it's going to be really, really big. I obviously can't guarantee it will be, but from the bits and pieces I've heard from like Sean Schemmel directly and the bits of information we've gotten just from the voice acting side of things, it seems like it's going to be very, very big. Again, it doesn't necessarily confirm that we will get a huge story necessarily, right? We have 164 characters in the game, in the roster alone. So,
are you ready?
Let's say if we had about a minute of interaction. So let's say each character has a minute long worth of interactions with other characters. So that's about 164 minutes of character interaction per character. So like, let's say Goku Mid obviously would interact with about 164 characters. And if each character with Goku Mid had 164 interactions, that's about an hour of interactions for Goku Mid alone, right? That's about 3 hours of interactions of Goku Mid, which is pretty crazy to think about. Obviously, that's a rough estimate, but in some cases we might not even get like 30 seconds of interactions, or even like any at all for characters that I've never met. But being realistic, Raging Blast had interactions with pretty much everybody from what I recall. And if we're going to go off that, I think a lot of the hours that Sean Schemmel had mentioned would just go to interactions. I don't know how many of those would go into story, but I do think it's going to be a pretty large story. Let me start sharing PCSX2. Okay. Let me know if you can see the game. I can assume it does look like it works, so the resolution seems a little weird though. Cool. Awesome. So this up smash that I was talking about right here, this up smash right here, right there, I'm pretty sure this is it. I think that's it. Um, that's the up smash I'm talking about, and you perform that move by holding up and square. So obviously, we know the core mechanics of the Tenkaichi series are here. The only couple things we don't have confirmations on are being able to pick people off the ground. We don't know if Z counters work from the backside. We know they work from the front, but we don't know if they work from the backside. Um, Vanishes, I think, work the same. The step in radius actually does appear to be present as well. Okay, let's see. Do you think they'll reveal UI Goku for the Summer Game Fest? If you've seen anything about the leaks recently, absolutely. I think they kind of have to. Because Summer Game Fest, I'm pretty sure they're bringing their A game. I think they have to show everything like super, super hype. So if we're going to have GT in base game, I would say they're going to show it at Summer Game Fest. Or at least they're going to tease it. Because that's where they're going to show all the hype stuff to really bring their audience in. Or to get new people into the game. And then Vegeta vanishes here from his down smash. And Vegeta knocks him down. Gallic Gun. Now, the vanish into right here, this counter, super perception, this is what they're calling this counter, this reversal of the Ki Blast, or the Ki Wave. This is super perception. Now, I'd like for you to take a look at the Master and Apprentice trailer when Gohan does the Sonic Sway. If you don't know what the Sonic Sway is, the Sonic Sway is the Ultra Instinct dodge looking mechanic from the old games right here. I get the feeling that Super Perception is going to be how you're going to activate Sonic Sway now. And the reason I say that is because obviously, if you go check the gameplay trailer for Sparking Zero, let's see here. Oh, yeah, gameplay trailer right here when he does the counter, when he turns blue. Oh yeah, that's a Z counter, by the way. That thing that Goku just did right there. This thing right here, this circle, this white circle thing, that's called a Z counter. And this is by far the most difficult thing to get down in Tenkaichi 3. The timing of this is so slim. I don't know if they're going to increase it in Sparking Zero. I think they might, just to make it a bit easier to pull off, but in this game, in Tenkaichi 3 at least, it was super difficult. In fact, I don't even have this thing down. I have the vanishes down pretty well, but this I always trip up on. So let's see where he does the vanish on vanish. Yep, that's coming back. I think Vegeta does a Gallic Gun somewhere around here. Never mind, he did it before. Hello, Mew. How big do you think the arenas will be? Do you think it'll be much bigger than the arenas in the previous Tenkaichi games and Raging Blast games? I think, yeah, absolutely. When it comes to DLC Son Goku 7, that's a great question. It's really confusing to say right now because we don't have too much information as is, right? Based on what we've seen so far, if you've checked the names of the characters especially, we can see that Broly Super starts off like this in his rage form, right? His wrath form. And that's what they're calling Broly Super. But if you go to Super Saiyan, it's just Super Saiyan right here. But this doesn't say wrath. If they are going to make a base Broly, you know, with the hair down and everything, I think he's going to be DLC. Will he be in the game? Realistically, probably no. Because he does nothing at all in the show or the movie. So, I mean, except for one kick, I guess, but Can you really make a moveset off one kick? But then again, they did make a lot of movesets like from nothing, from back in the PS2 era, right? So I don't know. I can't say for sure. Do I think that Bandai and Dragon Ball Game devs know this will be their biggest ever selling game? I think so. I think the standards are pretty high when it comes to the Tenkaichi series. I think they're well aware of that. If you go to any PS2 ROM website where you illegally get their ROMs, you will see Tenkaichi is always number one everywhere. It's the most pirated PS2 game of all time. I think they understand what they're up against. That's why they probably didn't want to show a release date too soon, because they wanted to make sure, hey, do we have everything under control? Is the quality good? Is it satisfactory? I think it looks good, pretty good so far. I think I have to see more to really say, is it absolutely ready to be released? Obviously, we don't have the game in hand either. I think they'll do a public beta test or something, but I can't say anything right now because I have no more information. If I did, I would probably tell you. Uh, Beyond that, I do think they know what they're up against here. Since Vegito isn't separated into Super, if Goku and Vegeta Boost Saga fuse as him, he will only have Super Saiyan on. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. When it comes to Vegito in particular, they did do what I thought they would, because Vegito he only does stuff in Super Saiyan Blue, and that's why they haven't given him Super Saiyan or base form in a Super variant. They just have Vegito. Let me see right here. Yeah, so it's Vegito Super Saiyan. It's just Vegito and Super Saiyan Blue. I'm not gonna say all this; it's a mouthful. But yeah, one theory that I saw going around in a server, in a modding server actually, was that Goku and Vegeta and from Z might have their own versions of Super Saiyan God and Blue, just because they're different enough from the Super Broly variants. Ju- um, Obviously, the possibility of that is unlikely. I don't know why you would give us two Super Saiyan Blue Gokus and Vegetas. Seems counterintuitive, but that's something that could be interesting as well. What confuses me though is that Vegito is between Goku and Vegeta, and so I don't know what they're gonna do. Ultra Instinct, I hope, is a transformation. I think that would be very hype. I hope he's not a separate character. But yeah, I guess we'll just wait and see. Yeah, I think 2025 at this point is unlikely. I think 2024 by the end of the year is when we're gonna get the game. They're really pushing the advertising like crazy now, so I think it only makes sense for the game to come out later this year. With Vegito, I think they'll do that if Buu Saga and Vegeta and Goku, he will transform only to Super Saiyan, and when it's Super Vegeta and Goku, he will transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Yeah, that's how they did it in Tenkaichi. Yeah, in general, I think the roster placements don't really make any sense in this whole thing. We have Despo right here and Jiren right here, and then Bergamo's all the way over here. None of this really makes sense. Also, talking about Bergamo, I have a hot take, okay? Now, hear me out before you jump to conclusions, but I don't want a giant transformation for Bergamo. If you've seen the show, you know that Bergamo grows larger as he gets damaged whenever he is being hit. That's when he grows larger. I want there to be a power up that you can apply, so like a blast 1 that you can do to where if you're getting hit, you grow larger as you get hit. I think that would be a very cool implementation of the giant Bergamo form. Oh, I don't have that set up, Son Goku. I do appreciate it, but maybe in the future. I do plan on doing more streams. So if you'd love to come by and support that way, that'd be lovely. Do I think they'll make the GT characters DLC? Frankly, I have no idea. I think if they don't show GT at Summer Games Fest, I don't think they're gonna have GT in the game in the base roster. I think they have to show at least like Goku Super Saiyan 4 at Summer Games Fest. Yeah, again, it doesn't make sense. The roster doesn't make sense at all. You're right. Bergamo only went Giant once. Yeah, he only went Super Saiyan. Not Super Saiyan. What the heck? He went Giant only once. But I don't know how they'll implement it if they do. Don't forget, we also have base Super Trunks and maybe Super Saiyan 1. Yeah. Yeah. Also, another hot take. I think we can all just like predict that Bardock's gonna make the DLC. Not the DLC. Sorry, he's gonna make the base roster, right? Now, the hot take part of my statement is that I'm only okay with Super Saiyan Bardock in the game if we also get Chilled. We almost never see Chilled playable in anything. In fact, I don't think he's ever been in a console game except for Heroes, maybe? What are you expecting in the new trailer? I think UI Goku is a given. UI Goku, I think full power Jiren. If they're gonna show UI Goku, I think full power Jiren is a pretty good contender as well. When it comes to other stuff other than the characters, I think that the release date, I think we're gonna get a release date. That's gonna be probably fall 2024, I'm thinking. I think we're getting cover art. I believe that we are also going to get information. Oh yeah, I should probably put on some music so you don't just hear me yapping. Beyond that, I think we'll also get information regarding collector's editions and all the different digital versions, because if you didn't know, look here. If you look at the rating now, this is the final rating. Look at this. In-game purchases. We're gonna have DLC Pass 1 available day 1 to purchase. We're gonna be able to buy a Season Pass day 1. We're not gonna know anything day 1, but... Okay, I'll turn the music down. Let me... Is that better? Hopefully that's a bit better. But yeah, in-game purchases, we're definitely getting DLC availability pretty much day 1. Okay, so I do think they're gonna show at least Goku Black in the next trailer. I think he is a really, really popular character that everybody's been... I think when I first saw the Tenkaichi 4 teaser, the number one thing people were asking for was Goku Black. So I think they will show Goku Black in the new trailer. Pay-to-win mechanics. Yeah, this in-game purchases thing makes me concerned if they're gonna go like a Mortal Kombat route. But if they do go the Mortal Kombat route, they're probably only gonna charge extra for like costumes. The thing about the Tenkaichi formula is that since there are so many characters, costumes could be a big way they can make some money. For example, Goku Mid can have his jacket outfit from the beginning of the Android Saga. But that could be hidden behind like some paywall that you have to get through. I think, yeah, GT and base game kept to minimum, yep. I think base game, we're probably gonna get Goku and GT Vegeta. At the very least. I think those are the most important. And this time, don't give me just Super Saiyan 4. I want the entire GT Vegeta moveset. Give me base GT Vegeta, give me Super Vegeta from GT. I think that would be hype. Okay, let's look at some more mechanics, yeah? Let's pause the music. How do we feel about the movement system in Sparking? They've changed how the movement works. Completely, actually. So it's no longer a dash. So let me show you what they've done, okay? I'm gonna open up Tenkaichi right here. So this is the normal movement speed for Tenkaichi 3. Let me actually turn the audio up a little bit. So this is how the normal movement is. What they told us is that they've made the dash speed, so this is a dash, This is now the default speed, okay? But now we're able to do shorter dashes by pressing the dash button. So it's more like, I guess, Ninja Storm or even Kakarot. So it's gonna be pretty much the same, except imagine when I'm dashing, that's gonna be the normal movement speed. And I can do little shorter dashes that are present so you can dodge things a little quickly. I'm not too sure how I feel about that just yet. I'll have to have the game in my hand to really know. For the price of the game, I do think that they're going to go with the new standard, which is 70 bucks. 70 US dollars. Camera movement is still strange. I do think it's a little motion sick inducing. Going back to the trailers a couple times, I have felt like playing a little longer than a couple matches could lead to some motion sickness. I hope they do stabilize it a bit more. But beyond that, I do think it looks pretty good so far. They don't show any selection menu or anything. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to show any menus in Summer Game Fest. I think they might show some game modes, like party matches, or if they do you guys think they're gonna bring back the DP battles? You know, the ones where every character has a set amount of destruction points, and you can only pick certain characters on your team. So, like, let me actually show you. So this is a DP battle. So you can pick how many destruction points you have. Let's go with 20 right here. When you have DP points, every character has a set amount of DP points. So Gogeta Super Saiyan 4, for example, has 10 DP points because he's one of the strongest characters in the game, right? So let's say I pick Gogeta. I can continue picking characters until I have filled out my limit for DP points. Destruction points, I guess I can just say DPs. The thing about DP battles is that nobody really played them. I think it would be fun to have back, but I don't know if they would bring it back. Maybe it could be a cool ranked system, right? So you can ban like certain characters that are like super busted and stuff. Yeah, I'm avoiding playing the mod just because the game changes too much of the base game battle system. If I show that here, I don't want anybody to have a false expectation of what's going to be in Sparking Zero, because that game has different battle combat mechanics, I guess. So I'm going to just show Tenkaichi 3, just so you have a realistic expectation. Yeah, I think DP battles would be a fun thing to bring back. Do I think people are gonna mod the game? Of course. I think we're gonna see Jesus in the game in about a week. You're gonna see Jesus in the game in about a week. I think I can say that much. Some people are crazy. I remember, I don't know if Ultima is in here, but Ultima, he puts Pepsi Man in every game, and I don't think Sparking Zero is gonna be any exception. Oh, dude, Mission 100 would be really cool too, actually. That's a good point. If you don't know, Mission 100 is the Xenoverse equivalent of Parallel Quests. Except Mission 100 doesn't have story modes, it's just like a list of battles you go through. Yeah, Sparking mods are going to be crazy. I think you're going to have matchups like Thanos versus Jesus. It's going to be funny as hell. But yeah, let's go back to the footage and break that down. Here, somebody is messaging me. Confirm. Okay, nothing. Never mind. We're good. Okay, let's take a look here. Oh yeah, going back to the super perception thing, There's another instance in the Masters and Apprentice trailer that I noticed was a little strange. If you look right here, once Beerus does his super, Whis does this parry type of thing, and I think that's super perception as well, because if you notice right here, Whis is doing a stance. One that's very similar to the one that Gohan did right before he got hit by Videl. Right here. See right there? That is not Gohan's idol. That is a counter stance. I think Super Perception is going to include Sonic Sway and being able to deflect Ki Blasts and just supers in general. Because this is not Whis' idol. We actually see a snippet of Whis' idol after he dodges the Sphere of Destruction. Right here. That's his idol. Yeah, that's his idol right there. So, if the counter system is being reworked, then yeah, Super Perception is going to cost meter now. Even Sonic Sway looks to be costing meter, which I think is a better thing because it's very easy to spam Sonic Sway. If Karn's Tower mode came back in Sparking Zero, what small has he got? That'd be cool. Does it never make base game roster? That's a great question. If Gogeta Z is in the game, I think he's pretty much guaranteed. I don't know if Gogeta Z is going to be in the game. I hope he's in the game because he was one of my favorite characters growing up. But I do hope he makes it. Giant characters into the game. Yeah, I think we're gonna get a couple giant characters in base roster. I don't know if they're bringing all the What If Great Apes back, but I do think they're gonna have like Hirudegarn and Janemba and stuff like that. Maybe Ki Spheres, you can tank them, and Ki Waves you deflect. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. So yeah, Super Perception might actually include Sonic Sway, is what I'm thinking. Let's actually go from the beginning since we skipped it. Also, this was a little strange, how you see both characters before their intro start. Do you guys think that's going to be part of the final game? Because I feel like that's a bit of a strange place to start the match. I wouldn't mind it, but it looks to be a bit like Jump Force, because this is kind of how they did it in Jump Force as well. Also, if you haven't noticed, the lips actually move with the English voice acting, which is good. From what I've been hearing behind the scenes, and I actually watched Sean Schemmel's stream the other day where he mentioned Sparking Zero. He said that Damon Mills, the director of the game, the voice director of the English cast, he's been very nitpicky, and he's very particular with how certain scenes are voice acted and how things line up. And the script writing teams to be putting in a lot of effort to make sure that the lips are moving with the English audio as well, because they're not reanimating anything for the English audio. So yeah, no, the English, everybody's putting their all into this game, and that's fantastic to see. So obviously we have a confirmation of the jump mechanic right there. You just press R1 once, and then you can do short dashes when you're moving around. Obviously, Vanish's return. This part of the camera, I think, does need to be stabilized a little bit. Because, yeah, it's a little motion sickness inducing. And it makes it a tad bit hard to follow sometimes. Also, this key charge animation is absolutely just gorgeous. I have no words for it. Yep. One thing that I saw Grandmaster Hawk, if you don't know Grandmaster Hawk, he's a very, very good Tenkaichi player. And he was one of the #1 players for Raging Blast, if I recall. Couldn't they have just had it to where it just moves depending on the audio? They could have, but after I've actually seen the Japanese footage as well, and the lip sync animation is 1-to-1. So I'm pretty sure they're just directing the voice in a way or the lips are moving in line with the audio, and they're not doing an audio detection thing. Also, yeah, right here, this thing right here, if you see, you can charge attacks really, really quickly because this white outline means that you've charged up an attack, and that happened very quickly in this game. I think they're trying to make the game a lot faster than Tenkaichi 3. And some things do look faster, like this charge animation, for example. So there's less time to be waiting here. Them having a dynamic camera is cool, but it clashes weirdly with combat. At times, I do feel it does, too, yeah. If we're talking about gameplay footage, I'm 85%. This is voices being overlaid on existing footage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's happening as well. I think, if anything, they have pre-recorded inputs, and they just swap out the text just so we have, you know, an English version and a Japanese version. Do I think the game's going to have a story mode? Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I don't think... Every Tenkaichi game has a pretty fleshed out story mode. Tenkaichi 3 had a more simplified one, but if they follow suit of Tenkaichi 2, I think we're heading to a good place, because Tenkaichi 2, in my opinion, to this day, still has the best story mode out of any Dragon Ball game. That's new, apparently, by the way. Similar to something in Raging Blast. Haven't played Raging Blast very much, so I don't know all the mechanics too well. Also, one thing that I find kind of interesting, a lot of people have been complaining that the beams look very small, and I don't disagree, but I think the reason why they won't change it is because of one of two things. If you see right here, the boost mechanic is actually making a comeback. The boost could maybe make the beams thicker, but because before we didn't really have an indication for what happens when you boost, except for just a slightly damage increase. Yeah, you're right, Zenzo. I think it is overlaid audio and text. I don't think they did it in post though. I think they recorded the footage in engine and then swapped the language. Hope they make the camera cut instantly between angles. Yeah, unfortunately, Kirkus, I think it's too late for that. They're very far into development at this point, and I think changing that would have to really delay the game. We'd have to delay the game if we were to do that. I do wish they had hard cuts too. Also, I don't know why I think the reason the beams bend now is to compensate for the fact that the beams are so slim. So they actually hit the opponent. Because before it was just a straight beam and it was a lot thicker, so it had a better chance of getting the opponent hit. But I can't say for sure what the reason was. Yep, looks like a pretty common string. Also, one thing I find kind of interesting is that Vegeta so far has the most cinematic just super. This type of super usually doesn't have a cinematic like this. Goku's Kamehameha doesn't have this cinematic, but Vegeta's Gallic Gun does, which is kind of interesting. And if you notice, there's a smoke effect every time a character is getting hit with like a beam. So if you see, obviously it just swaps the model, right? But they overlay Goku with like a smoke effect. It's kind of hard to see since the video quality kind of deteriorates when there's a lot of motion. But there's a smoke effect coming off of Goku. That purplish effect right there. That is that indicates clothing damage, and the model gets swapped. Not that cinematic, Mew. It was a little more cinematic for sure, but it didn't have that long of an animation. Also, I'm pretty sure there was some sort of bug here that they wanted to hide, because they just cut Goku flying into a mountain here. I'm not sure how I feel about the track changing mid battle. I don't think I like that too much. How do you guys feel about it? And it's like that in Tenkaichi 2 and 3 attacks like Kamehameha can be boosted and are stronger. Galakan always has a cinematic because it's weaker, so it has no in-game charge time. I see, I see. It's kind of odd how this does and Goku's doesn't. Do you think it's dependent on whether or not you're doing it after a combo? No, I think it's just dependent on character. I think some characters just do it differently. Close destruction is too fast, but I think it's true to the source material. Well, all things considered, think about it, right? If you had a beam of plasma engulfing you, I think your clothes would burn pretty much immediately as well. I don't mind it too much. In RB2, they have a few cinematics for normal super attack blasts, but it's mostly for stronger forms, like Super Saiyan 3 Goku Super Kamehameha has a cinematic instead of a charge up. Right, yeah. You're mixed. I see. It seems like most people are kind of mixed about it, but people generally don't mind it. I don't mind it, but I don't know if I like it too much. And I'll show you why. Also, the hitboxes here seem to be a bit broken. If you notice right here, Goku is getting hit from a pretty big distance. He should be able to dodge this, technically speaking. And obviously the lock-off mechanic returns. And one thing I like now is that your opponent cannot just run away and hide. You still have a silhouette. If you can see my cursor, you can see Vegeta's silhouette. It's like a green color behind. So your character, your opponent can't just run away and hide anymore, which is kind of nice. So yeah, the lock-on sound effect returns as well. Of course, Goku transforms here. Yeah, this is the reason why I don't like the music changing. Violent Rush returns, where you can just spam square over and over. Yeah, let me show you why I don't like the tracks changing. Right here. The battle track completely restarts. I feel like this is gonna get really annoying. Because if you know anything about Tenkaichi, you're gonna go to max power at least 2, maybe 3 times. So you're restarting the track maybe 2-3 times as well, and I think that's gonna get really, really annoying. If it stopped, if it just paused right there and faded back in where it stopped, I think that would be better. Honestly, yeah, I hope Scouters return. Like, they have a bigger role. Also, one thing that I find kind of interesting is that whenever you transform in this game now, you start off with a pose. This wasn't a thing back in Tenkaichi 3. You started immediately after you transformed in Tenkaichi 3. Z Burst Dash. Yep, new combo string. I love this Rush Super, by the way. It's so satisfying. Hair physics, I think they actually disabled it for Goku because they saw the outcry on Twitter. Admittedly, I was kind of part of the outcry. I was like, damn, this is kind of stupid, but I think they turned it off just because they might have been having issues with Super Saiyan Goku's hair in particular. So they just disabled it for Super Saiyan Blue Goku because it is still present on Vegeta. Of course, Galakan again, but Super Perception, he dodges it. Of course, that costs 2 meters. You reckon lock-on silhouette only exists because he can be sensed? Maybe. So if you have characters like, I don't know, let's say Scouter Vegeta, maybe he would have to use a Scouter. Characters like Pilaf Machine, I don't think they can sense anything. More inputs to finish the action. They could add more inputs, but Tenkaichi's never had that, so I'm not gonna. I feel like it's kind of wishful thinking to really hope for that because I think that's a little too much for them to do. I would love it though, absolutely. I think they actually did do it for Tien's ultimate in Tenkaichi 3, where if you did Tri-Beam over and over, um, it would continue.
Let's go.
I hope so, Ares. That'd be really cool. As for Bugs Drakon, I'm not too sure how to say your name, but I do think there will be a lot of bugs at launch. I think that goes for any game. If you think about it, no machine is the same, especially when it comes to computer games. This game is releasing on Steam day one, and I think at least for the PC version, the bugs are kind of expected. For the PS5 version, I expect the bugs to be completely on the network side, but on PC, I think there will be bugs just for the port itself, just because, yeah, no machine is the same. Everybody has different drivers and graphics cards and stuff. I hope OG characters are in the game. I would love characters like General Blue and Cyborg Tao back again, for sure. Also, if you check right here, right, is it right here? Actually, it's near the beginning. I want to show you something in particular that I thought was really, really cool. Goku does a sidestep right there. So sidestep, radius, step and radiuses are returning, I think. I feel like they're kind of necessary with how Tenkaichi functions. But going back to where we were. Actually, I think we have Zenzo. If you remember from the Masters and Apprentices trailer, I don't think this is a taunt. I think that is... I'm pretty sure that is a skill, like a blast one. I don't think that's a taunt. I would love for taunts to be in this game, and I would want them to function more like Tenkaichi 2 than 3, because Tenkaichi 3, if you just didn't move for a couple seconds, you do the taunt and you can't do anything else. But in Tenkaichi 2, you can actually activate it yourself. Oh, I see, I see. Reggie, if Jump Force and any of the other Spike Chunsoft games are anything to go by, this netcode is going to be atrocious. I'm just saying it right now. I think the netcode is going to be absolutely awful. That is why I've been advocating really hard for split screen. But if you look at the camera, split screen is kind of impossible. And I actually have a couple things they could do to maybe compensate for split screen. Two things. One, crossplay. I should be able to bring my laptop to another friend's house and play with him if he has a PS5. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be a good compensation for split screen. Another good compensation would be on the Switch version of Sparking Zero. And hear me out. Before you jump to conclusions, I mean the next Switch. I don't mean the current Switch we have right now. I think this game is 100% going to get ported to the new Switch that Nintendo is working on right now. And for that Switch, if you know what ad hoc is, ad hoc online, it doesn't require an internet connection. It just requires two Switches to be next to each other. That's how you play Smash together, Smash Ultimate together, without having to connect to the internet with your friend. If they have that in Sparking Zero on your Switch, on your Switch 2, I think that would be a good compensation as well. Because then, like, let's say you're on a family trip, and you have your friend, or you and your brother have two Switch 2s, right? And you want to play Sparking Zero together, then you can use ad hoc to do it. I think that'd be a good compensation too. The rigs are going to look like in Blender. I'm curious as well. I don't think they're going to have mouth bones. I think they're doing if you know what shape keys are, I'm pretty sure they're using shape keys to animate the faces. Oh yeah, that's the I forgot what it's called. Let's actually let me look. Impact action. New mechanics. I don't want to. I guess we'll just watch it for now. That's a new mechanic where you can just step into your opponent's radius like that. Yep, side step right there again. Another thing I've been seeing people ask for... Oh yeah, Z counter right there, vanish on vanish again. I think rigs will be relatively simple as well, Mew. How much the single will have to offer first month, so... Yeah, I think netcode day one especially. Servers will probably crash a lot the first week. I think that's expected, right? Every trailer's gotten 1 million views in just a matter of hours, so I think this game's gonna sell very well. Also, Beam Clash. I want to ask something to you guys. Do you think this dimension break thing is gonna happen to every character clash? Or do you think it's just gonna happen to characters who are like blue level or higher? Because I think this doesn't make sense for classes like Tao Pai Pai and Tian's Dodon Ray. That would make 0 sense. I don't think they should do the dimension break for those. I do too. Unrelated, but I find it really funny how everyone got hyped seeing the UI on the leak thing when we've seen Kaioken Spirit Bomb Ages. Oh yeah. I mean, I think UI was kind of expected. My thoughts on the UI, I think it's nice and clean. I wish like the health bar and the health stocks were a bit larger, just so you could read them a little easier. Since they're so small and a lot happens on the screen, I think it's easy to kind of ignore it. So I hope they make the elements a bit larger, but that's about it. I think it looks pretty good. As for the character renders, I understand that most people want like drawn renders, but if you think about it, every Tenkaichi has had 3D renders. So I'm not sure if they're going to do anything crazy art-wise. I think God tier level or higher, 7 memory. Yeah, that'd be stupid, I think. Every character doesn't make sense for weak characters, but mechanically they want to showcase. We're doing a Beam Clash here. Yeah, for sure. Another thing, I've mentioned this on Twitter. If you don't follow me on Twitter, there is no indication for who's winning this, and this works like the Budokai games where you're doing a super and they're doing this time press thing to see if you're gonna get damaged or not. But here it's to dictate who's winning the clash. There's nothing that indicates whoever is winning the clash, so there's no indication for Goku winning the clash here. I think they're trying to show that you're winning here, but since the camera moves so much, you can't really tell. That's another thing. This camera also is very motion sickness inducing. I think this is something they should tone down. Not only so that we have an idea of who's winning, but so we don't get motion sick every time we see the screen. But yeah, no, I do think this looks very pretty. Also, that effect right there, right here, I love this so much. These little speed lines, I love that so much. Yeah, for sure. I think button mashing would be a bad thing to implement now, especially since controllers are far more expensive. But I think just having an indicator for who's winning would be a good thing. Power levels aren't a thing, Zebroly. I think Mew, they should do 2 things, okay? If you're playing casual, absolutely have power levels. Because casual matches are supposed to be stupid fun. But I think in ranked mode, power levels shouldn't matter too much, I think, personally. That way in ranked, you still have a chance with Cyberman against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. I think that'd be very funny. I think that's pretty much it for the gameplay showcase, but I want to show you guys a couple things from like other trailers that I thought were kind of interesting. More specifically, let's look at the Fusions trailer, yeah?
Oh yeah? But I'm plenty strong already. You better not.
Also, am I the only one who doesn't like the green tint on the stage too much? It's like a lighting thing, I know, but it's a little off-putting because I've never seen the stage so green. I really hope that body swap this time around doesn't make you swap to a random person. I hope it makes you swap with your opponent. And I also hope that it doesn't restrict your super skill set.
Try and complain when I wipe the floor with you.
Yep,
I'm ready.
Trunks, Caulifla.
Bring it on.
Trunks' eyes freak me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Win this fight?
But I think the characters do look good. This is High Speed Rush. We've already seen this in Tenkaichi 3. Yep. Full power energy wave. Full power energy wave again. Charge looks really good in this game. I love it. Super Saiyan transformations. Yep.
Oh, shut your mouth. Let's see who the strongest one really is.
I love this ultimate so much. This one looks cool too. Kamehameha. Now this is the part that's like caught everybody's attention right now. Do we think tag supers are returning? Because I have 2 cents to put here. I hope this is an indication for tag supers returning from Raging Blast because I think they're awesome. But I think tag supers might be coming back. But I feel like there's one thing in particular that is not making me too confident on that idea. And I'll show you what I mean. I don't think this is a clash either, Kirkus. I think this is just a super. Body swap will work proper. I hope so. Green Tin apparently it's in other trailers. It was in the V-Jump Scans 2 areas. Green Tint. Oh, you actually like the green tint? Yeah, I kind of feel that. Looks kind of archaic, I guess. Like a lot of people have been fighting here for years. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that'd be super awesome too. Now, I want you to notice that behind Kale and Caulifla here, the audience is still there. Is it? It's kind of hard to tell. I can't really tell. But if there are people there, I can guarantee you, if people are still sitting in the back when Caulifla and Kale are doing this, this is not a tag super. And I'll tell you why.
Fight together. Come on, Goten. Okay.
You see how they're suddenly gone? You see how everybody's completely gone? My guess is this is a complete theory. Whatever I'm saying, take this with a grain of salt because it's a theory. I think that you can finally play team battles. Obviously, you can in the World Tournament mode, which you couldn't do before. But the catch is that you cannot do ring outs in team battle. And I'll show you another reason why I think you cannot do ring outs in team battle. Yeah, me too.
The great Gotenks is here to take you down. I can do it.
Yep, fusion, Super Saiyan. Yep, nice, nice.
Opponent is the one and only
Dude, the ghosts look so cool. They're so funny. They're doing like all these expressions.
Here we go.
Gotenks is always such a fun character in these games.
Ta-da!
Now, you see how Kefla there destroyed the background? That is what leads me to believe ring outs won't be a thing in team battles. You can destroy the World Tournament stage in team battles, but you cannot do that in 1v1s. That's what I'm thinking. That is my guess. That's my theory.
Rapid fire, super, donut. Super.
There wasn't? Okay, yeah, I think that's it then. I think ring outs will be a 1v1 thing only, which makes sense, right? Because how are you supposed to do the other one? The team battles. I don't know how you would handle that. Let me actually go back to see what they're doing here. Oh yeah, I guess there isn't anybody, because I feel like you would see people moving back here. So yeah, I think ring outs will be a 1v1 thing only. I think they will, Najib.
Okay.
Najib, I'm not sure. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. But yeah, I'm glad Fusion were returning. I think they were kind of a given. Might get copyright struck for this. I don't know if I'll keep the VOD up for this, but let's see. Hello, Goken. Welcome back. I would love Teen Goku in this game, honestly. The Junior as well. Also, we thinking this is gonna be a tag thing, or do you think this is just how the super works? I hope this is a tag super now, and it works like fighters, where if Piccolo's not on your team, Gotenks just does it by himself. You actually missed quite a bit. We talked a lot about the mechanics and the possibility of ring outs in 1v1s versus 5v5s, I guess.
Do you really think you can
Just how the super works? Yeah, probably.
beat me?
Obviously, Gogeta took the world by storm. This might be a hot take, and I apologize if this offends you. I love Gogeta more than Vegito, but, I think they made Vegito look a little bit better in this game. His animations seem a little more dynamic, if you know what I mean. But they both look incredible. I can't wait for the both of them.
I refuse to lose to someone who transforms with such a dumb.
I think that's from a filler fight, right? Between Buhan and Vegito. I remember seeing this being in a GIF from the anime. I don't know what they're calling. Also, I thought this was so funny the first time I watched this. Gogeta just appears. I think that's so funny. He's just like, hello there. See, he just pops into existence. It's so funny. Just like manifests into reality. I agree, Mew. But I think out of every character in this trailer, I feel like Zamasu looks like the most refined one. He looks so good. I love Zamasu in this game so far.
Blasphemous imitation.
Also, this isn't the best indicator. Also, I love the RGB outline. And I hate to break it to you guys. That's not a slap. It looks like a slap because it goes really fast. And I like the idea of this being a slap. It's a karate chop. I'm so sorry, guys. It's a karate chop. I apologize for ruining your dreams, but it's a karate chop. I'm still gonna pretend it's a slap, though. Also, this is not a good indication. If you look right here, frame rates are dropping right there. So I think this model right here is going to be very heavy, and that's why it's lagging the game a little bit. This is our first view into how crazy this game will get sometimes. That there will be dropping frames sometimes. Let's go here. Yeah, right here. This looks so good, by the way. I love the way this looks. Oh, it's so pretty. I like that a lot. Transformation. I really like this transformation, actually. High speed rush. I think this is just... I don't know if this... Yeah, no, this is not generic. I think this is gonna... Okay, yeah, no, this is a rush super, but I don't think it's his ultimate. Maybe it is? I can't say for sure. Corrupted Zamasu. Dude, I was so hyped when I saw this. Yeah, that's another thing. As Aries said, Gogeta Blue is by far the most muscular character we've seen in the game so far. At least for his proportions. Not counting Broly. I kind of wish that musculature was used for Goku and Vegeta as well, but I guess it makes sense. I feel like it's kind of a shortcoming of using of being a Shintani-inspired style. Yep, Rush Super right here. Looks so sick. I like it a lot. Blue transformation right here. As for the face model Kirkus, they're using the exact same face model, but I think the animations look slightly nicer on Vegito Blue just because they pick slightly more flattering angles for him, I feel. Also, Savage Strike looks really cool. Then we have the meteor explosion from... Yep. Oh yeah, I think, right here. And we see it right here. We see a bunch of supers, so this is Big Tree Cannon, Donuts. Goten, I think they're giving him the Mouth Blast from when he opened the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Key Blast move from Kefla, another Key Blast move from Kefla, and then Key Wave, her ultimate. Yeah, Big Bang Kamehameha right there, which is really cool. I don't think we've seen a Big Bang Kamehameha on a face Gogeta before, which is kind of neat. Right here, this is definitely Big Bang Kamehameha. Yep. Blades of Judgment. Another Rush Super, I guess. A Rush Super from Gogeta Blue, which is going to be Meteor Explosion. This looks so good. By the way, I don't know if you guys missed it, but this facial expression is so good. This is such a good expression. It's so accurate to the movie. Oh, I see, Kirkus. Corrupt Zamasu still makes you think the version you see... unfortunately, Mew, I don't think they're doing a larger Corrupt Zamasu. What's really interesting is that they showed Super Gogeta, but not Super Vegito. Same with Caulifla's form. I think we can pretty much pretend that Caulifla Super Saiyan 1's just a dream at this point. She's not coming. Excuse me. But Super Vegito, I think he's going to be in the game for sure. I think it makes sense having just one Vegito, just because Vegito in base did nothing, or in Super Saiyan and Super. But in Blue, he only really did stuff in Blue, so it makes sense, I think. She did a couple things, but nothing too significant. I think they felt like... I think they just realized, hey, we can't do too much with Caulifla Super Saiyan 1. It wouldn't really be fair to just give her super generic moves. So I think they just decided to move everything to Super Saiyan 2. Okay, Reggie. Corrupt Zamasu started out in skinny. Yep, I know that. I don't think it's inaccurate either. I think they just went with skinnier Zamasu. Just because Big Zamasu actually pretty much did nothing, if I recall. I think he only really did stuff attacks-wise when he was smaller, all things considered. Unique heads for character attacks. I hope they do as well. That move looks really good. I think Final Kamehameha looks gorgeous, by the way. This is why I was saying I don't like, or not necessarily don't like, but I think Vegito Blue is done slightly better than Gogeta for the ultimate, because they didn't really adjust for the camera angle here for his face, but they did for Vegito. I still think this attack looks really, really cool. I just think, personally speaking, I do prefer the Final Kamehameha in between these two. So like, if you see, the face proportions are actually matching the camera, but Gogeta's aren't really doing that. But I love the camera angle here. That's a super cinematic camera angle. I think it looks sick. Yeah. Also, one thing. Now, this might be copium, okay? I might be coping here, but I want you guys to hear this really quick, and tell me what you hear, okay?
Getting stuck. I refuse to lose to someone who transforms with such a dumb-looking pose.
I refuse to lose to someone who transformed with a dumb-looking pose. With such a dumb-looking pose. Notice how he said transform and not fuse. Who in Dragon Ball transforms with a dumb-looking pose? I can only think of one character. This might be a reach, but I think it's Ribrianne. I think this dialogue is for Ribrianne. I think obviously Ribrianne's going to be in the game. I think she's going to be a day one character, but I think Ribrianne is going to be the one they're using this dialogue for. I think it just makes sense. I don't think this is a Gogeta one. It might be, again, this is definitely a reach. This is most definitely a reach, okay? This is most certainly a reach, but he says transform and not fuse. You guys think so? Alright, I think I might glance over that one. Just pretend that one doesn't exist then. Just semantics. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I love how his outline has multiple colors on it. Love the RGB outline. He's a gamer. It could, yeah, definitely, Kirkus. Most certainly could. Thank you, Mr. Free. I got only one supporter. I'm kidding. Kidding.
Crush those ambitions of yours. This is Vegito Blue!
Man, I'm really loving these rush supers, I'm not gonna lie.
Now, let's settle this once and for all. A confrontation between two fused Super Saiyan Blue warriors. Now this should be entertaining.
Not sure if this is a hot take, but I think every version of Teen Adult Trunks looks exceptionally good so far. Arguably the best we've seen so far. I don't necessarily disagree. Now this is something that most people will care about. It's more so just me catching something because I do 3D model stuff all the time. If you know what rigging is, there's a slight rigging error on Trunks when he does his burning attack. Again, this is not something most people will care about, and it's not really a big thing. I think they'll fix it for sure. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. Also, this is super cool right here. When she grabs Trunks and like spins him around. This is the first time we have a super in Tenkaichi where a character has a unique animation every time. Or a unique dialogue.
Not what I was hoping for. Let's have a little fun.
Does human life have no value to you, Andy?
Gohan looks so good.
No more holding back.
This is what I'm talking about, by the way. I'm assuming you can see my cursor. If you can, this pinky, his right pinky, our left, his right. There's a rigging error, but it's not a big deal. I'm sure they've probably already fixed it.
Whoever you are, I'm not letting you ruin what's left of our future.
Also, one thing I kind of find interesting is that this is the Dragon Ball Super Future Ruins. And you can actually see, like, thunder and stuff in the back. I don't know if this is the stage they'll use for the story mode when it comes to, like, the Android Saga stuff. Do you think future Gohan will have a skin where both arms and no scar? They could. They definitely could. All things considered, Gohan does nothing in with one arm in this show. He does pretty much nothing in the show with one arm. The moment he tries to fight with one arm, he dies. So I think this was more so just a design choice. Will they have two arms for him? I don't know. I can't say. We haven't seen too many costumes so far. We've only seen alternate costumes for Piccolo and Videl. UI sign, yeah, UI sign will be sick. And I did catch that actually. He said something that was a little odd.
Future.
Let's go back a little bit.
Whoever you are, I'm not letting you ruin what's left of our future.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a weird thing to say to the androids, especially since he's been fighting them since he was a kid. So, been a while since I've actually seen anything from the anime side. The last time I experienced the Future Saga was through Kakarot. And I do think this one's directed to Zamasu or Goku Black as well, and everybody else has been saying that too, which is interesting. Let's see. Now, I wanna get some of your guys' opinions. Are there any like small details you don't particularly like in the game, or maybe you just don't like something about the gameplay or the visuals, anything? I wanna hear you guys out. Let's hear the things you guys don't like first, and then let's go to the things we do like. And let's try to break some of that stuff down too. It could be towards First Form Cell, actually. That's a good point, Mew. Piccolo's Rush Super has a weird camera. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's actually another thing I was gonna bring up.
Maybe it'll be an actual challenge for me.
There's a weird cut there, and I don't disagree. It is a little strange, but I think there's supposed to be a hit right here. He's supposed to punch Gohan in the gut and then throw him up, but I don't think they did. I also agree on that. The colors thing. I do think some of them are a little oversaturated, but I think the game looks mostly good when it comes to coloring. Animations are a bit slow. I will say, one thing I really appreciated about Tenkaichi 3 was that the animations were really snappy and quick, but they are a little more relaxed in this game. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think they're going to add more to the match time. And that's one complaint people have about, I guess, the My Hero Arena Fighter games, right? People say that the animations take too long. The super animations take way too long. And if that's the case for this game, that might actually hurt it a bit, I think. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a miss, but I think it did make the trailer more hype. Weird cuts in these trailers. Yeah, I think they make these cuts intentionally, either so they don't have to, either so that the rating system doesn't get like tricky, or just so they don't ruin too much of a surprise. Overall animation quality doesn't look as good as Kakarot Fighters. I mean, yeah. One thing, I've said this many times, yes, this game may not look as good as Kakarot Fighters, but let's be realistic here. If I had 5 years to make a game and I had to animate 164 characters, not only for the combat, but also for the story mode, I think I'd want people to cut me some slack too. I think that's something we can cut them cut them some slack for. Camera, like Kirka said, I also ain't the biggest fan of the momentum of everybody's attack being the same. Like, there's this sort of delay / slow-mo before they make actions, or for rush supers. I can kind of understand that. The camera work for attack is placeholder whip shots, and that's why some look rough while others look great. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Definitely. Also, I love his grin right here. Right here. His shit-eating grin. I think that's from his intro, actually.
Today, I'll be in charge.
More intro or outro stuff. This might be... I think this is intro. This is his intro, right? Is that what he did in BT3? For the intro? It's been a minute since I've played Roshi.
I'm not gonna go easy on you, Master Roshi.
Now this matchup really takes me back.
I don't know how I feel about the Wolfang Fist animation. I feel like the camera doesn't follow them that well, but I think the particle effects are gorgeous here. You think the Roshi has more impactful hits? I think they did add a bit of camera shake, but this is the only grab we've seen so far. Maybe that's just a grab thing. I don't know if that's going to be applicable for every hit in the game so far. Okay, Super Saiyan transformations have the same poses. I do think that's a bit interesting, how every Super Saiyan does have the same pose once they're transforming. Everybody wants them to include the max number of things. You have to make compromises. You don't have... Yeah, you can't have the most of them. Yep. I agree with that. I do think compromise is inevitable, like you said. But, you know, I can't fault people for feeling a little betrayed when they go from one Tenkaichi game to another and the other one has technically less things to offer. Because I think we can confidently say probably 40 or so characters are going to get cut from Tenkaichi 3 when we transition to this game. I can understand if people are upset about that. And I won't blame them for it. I think that's a reasonable thing to be upset about.
All my training's led to this. I'll show you that I'm no pushover. Lightning surprise.
Okay, let's do this thing, shall we?
Was that
Also, did you guys cast this? They did some really clever editing here. She goes from one part of the stage to another. I guess they couldn't choose which shot they wanted to go with, so they just cut a bunch of them together for her Rush Super right here.
Was that believable?
Obviously, the Sonic Sway.
Oh man.
Do you think they will have Piccolo Darius in game? I don't know if they're gonna have Piccolo early and end anymore. I hope they do, but if they're able to. Let's say we have swappable ultimates, right? If we have swappable ultimates, I don't think we need a separate Piccolo. But then, you know, obviously we could argue that we don't need multiple Gokus and stuff either. But I can't say for sure.
Come on, Gohan, take this seriously.
What?
Serious mode.
I do really like this Rush Super, though.
Lord, might I suggest more training and fewer naps?
Also, this might get me canceled again, but I think if I have any complaints for any particular model in this game, I think it's Whis. I think he looks a little bit silly. That's my personal hot take, but and you don't necessarily have to agree with it, but I think he's the only character I think like genuinely looks silly.
And fewer naps?
All right, fine. I'll dance with you.
Oh my goodness, I wonder how that girl would feel with Ken.
If I must, I must.
Is that all you can muster?
I do like Beerus though. He looks really cool.
Wow, scrumptious.
That's definitely a power-up, by the way. Which stage is your guys' favorite so far? I think mine is a tie between this this like beach stage, Archipelago, I guess this would be called. I think Archipelago and the very first stage we saw, the canyon, this rocky area. I think this one and this Archipelago would be my favorite stages personally. Teen Gohan Space Form looks in this game. They got him with this accurate hair. Yeah, I agree. I think more games should do that. Difference is that each base Goku and his transformations have movesets. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Does early and end Piccolo do they both have different movesets, or are they the same? His model shadows were straight up unfinished. Maybe Mew. I think his eyes being a little off might be a big attribute to why. Which stages do I want them to include? Hyperbolic Time Chamber, for sure. I used to really like the mountain stage, you know, the one with the truck on it, the roadside mountain stage where Android 18 kicked Vegeta's arm. That one. I love that one. Would love that one for sure. For stages we haven't seen, Planet Tuffle would be super sick, like you said, Zenzo. I would love a... I think more GT stages would be welcome because they only ever do like Tuffle. Land of the Kai is a favorite. Okay, water in the stage. Archipelago's water looks really nice. They have this like twinkly effect on it. I think that looks really nice. Paid attention to it, but Goku... Yeah, he does actually. I'm pretty sure he does. He's slightly slimmer in God. If we go to the Rivals trailer here. Let's take a look at his full body.
By my hatred, the Super Saiyan within me.
I would also like to preface while we're here. You notice how they cut this? Do you guys think those are two separate animations? Or is that a continuation of Meteor Smash? I feel like it's a continuation, but they cut it in a way where I can't really tell.
Let me show you.
Spirit Breaking Cannon looks really, really sick in this game, but they made the animation a lot longer.
If that's what you want.
Super Saiyan 2, yep.
I'm not gonna waste any time.
I'm quite eager to see how you've been training in the afterlife.
I don't know how much slimmer Goku is, Goku God, but I think he is slimmer.
This is what I call Super Saiyan 3.
You had better be ready to kill me.
Do we think Majin Vegeta's a transformation this time? The animation seems a little interesting. The way he comes up here. I don't know if this is just an intro. This looks more like a transformation to me personally, and I hope it is a transformation.
Ready to kill
It feels too much like a transformation.
me.
For you to go this, you must have wanted to settle the score real badly, huh, Vegeta?
It probably is just an intro. Ultimates. I'm pretty certain that they are doing Raging Blast Ultimates instead of Tenkaichi to some degree. They're using Raging Blast as a bigger reference for some of the Ultimates. Tenkaichi 3 All Ultimates. Let me pull them up in just a second. Oh god, I have an ad. It's
Covered California offers financial
heck?
help to
All these ads. I'm pretty sure I had an ad blocker installed, but it's like doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Love it here. Let's play some music while this ad plays, I guess. It's taking so damn long. It's an unskippable 1 minute long ad, by the way. Alright, let's go. We have it here, and I'm also going to bring up the Tenkaichi 3 Ultimates. Where's Vegeta? So for reference, here is Majin Vegeta's oh wait, he's gonna show up in a bit. I think intros are transformations, like Goku's very first teaser was an extended transformation of him going blue. It's possible, for sure. I think that'd be a cool way to do it. This is how... Oh, did they not show Final Impact? Okay, here, let me... Supers. Okay. Fine. You win. Where is Vegeta? Oh, damn. They don't have it organized here. So I'll have to just, I guess, skip around until I find it, which is a little troublesome, but oh well. Oh, right here. There he is. This is how Final Impact looks in Tenkaichi. In my opinion, this is the sauciest version. Okay, I think this is the place it looks best. Here is the Raging Blast version, if I can find him. Oh god. Okay, I think I have to look up supers as well. Super attacks, yep, right here. If I can find Vegeta. Always gets, oh, right here, yeah. This right here. This looks just like the Sparking Zero version, of course, but they alter the camera a little bit. If you look right here.
You must have wanted to settle the score real fast.
That yeah. I'm pretty sure they're using a lot of Raging Blast animations as references here. And that makes sense. Raging Blast was supposed to be Tenkaichi on the PS3, but they changed it completely. Oh, you are? Never mind. Crap. Have I been yapping over Tenkaichi 3 for the past, like, 3 minutes? 4 minutes? That's funny. Here's Final Impact in Tenkaichi 3. I think this is where it looks the best. Right here. I feel like it looks so ominous here, right? Here is the one from Raging Blast, right? And then here is the one from Sparking Zero.
Better be ready to kill me. For you to know this, you must have wanted to settle the score.
You can see that they definitely referenced the Raging Blast one instead of the Tenkaichi one, which I'm fine with, but I feel like it doesn't feel as ominous, you know? Definitely more of a personal thing, but it's interesting. Ares, will this game have the wheel with transformations? Maybe? I hope not. Because in Raging Blast, the wheel was, it basically gave you all transformations for free. And we already know that transformations are not, they're not free anymore, they cost meter. So, just like Tenkaichi 3, they cost meter. And yes, Zenzo, as Twitter would describe it, the Tenkaichi 3 version had aura. It's pretty much the same animation, except the camera is a little more stretched in the Sparking Zero version. Yep, same type of camera animation, but it's a little more pulled back.
You must have wanted to settle the score real badly, huh, Vegeta?
Yeah, that's one way they could do it, Kyrgios. They didn't show it in the trailer, though, the gameplay showcase, so I don't think they have the wheel. They could, but they maybe just didn't show it. As for any other stuff... What do you guys think that Vegeta Blue's ultimate here is? We see like a little snippet of it here.
Limit to the strength of a Saiyan.
What do you guys think this is? I don't know what they would do here. Maybe the pummel rush he did against Goku Black, where he like knocked him through the building. That is an option. One theory that I had was maybe they do. Maybe they're gonna do Gallic Kamehameha if tag supers don't exist. Could be Gamma Burst Flash. Yeah, that's a good point. Super. I hope it's not a Super Gallic Gun. I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose, but Final Flash is his super and not his ultimate, so it could be the Gallic Gun from Broly, the yellow one. That's a good point. This is definitely base Goku's ultimate, the DBS variant. I do wish they again, this is a personal preference. I do wish they toned down the amount of pink he had on Kaioken. I feel like It's a little oversaturated. It reminds me a bit of Legends, actually. What else can we take a look at that's like super interesting? Maybe the top tournament. Father Son Galagun. I feel like if they are gonna do Father Son Galagun, if tag supers are real, I think that'd be the best place to do it. Gonna take this out and take the Raging Blast one out for now.
Seriously, I want you to hit me as hard.
Like somebody earlier in the chat did say, pretty much every transformation, every Super Saiyan transformation in this game appears to have the same ending pose. I don't know if that's a reuse of animation just to save resources, but just a little neat observation most people made. If we look right here. And then Trunks also has the same animation actually, which is kind of neat. I skip a little bit forward. Yeah, see, same pose, almost same pose. At least alter it slightly. IUL, Blue Vegeta will have Final Flash as the ultimate. I think it's gonna be Galagun from Broly. I wonder how UI will work, mechanically speaking. Tenkaichi's never done auto dodges. I don't know if they're gonna do auto dodging. He might have After Image Strike where you can teleport multiple times, or maybe, I don't know, I can't say. Free dodging for physical attacks, Auto Sonic Sway. I feel like that'd be really annoying to fight against. Too annoying, you know? Like, to the point where it's not even funny. Goten and Kid Trunks too. Yeah, Goten and Kid Trunks and Kale and Caulifla have the same pose for the Super Saiyan. Goku and Vegeta super situated in this game, particularly Blue and God. For Goku, they have their Broly movie movesets and not Super Bro or BOG. I don't. Yeah, that is interesting. I do hope we get some form of, I guess, just swappable skill set. That way, if we want to do like the Red Dragon Fist from Battle of Gods, we could do that. For God Goku. Kind of impressive, modern day, such a massive roster, they can faithfully adapt specific moves to variants of the same character. Assume they would cut corners. Actually, yeah, I did think they wouldn't do all these variations at first as well. Just because this is they're starting fresh and developing more resources always takes time. Like a lot more time than just reusing stuff. They had nothing to go off of. I don't even know if they have access to the Raging Blast assets anymore. So I don't know if they could have used any. Maybe they are using some. They might have used some as a base, but I need to have the game on hand so I can rip them stuff, rip everything out and see if there is a case of reuse from assets, but so far we've seen reuse within Sparking itself. So like for example, Jace has the same face model as Goku, and Gohan obviously, Gogeta and Vegeta are using the same face model. Pretty sure Trunks is using some variation of the Vegeta face model. Goten is using the Gohan face model, the Kid Gohan face model. And you know, there's nothing wrong with reusing stuff. In fact, if anything, it's more resourceful. You're saving more time by doing less. And I commend them for that. Also, Piccolo's animation here is interesting.
I'm not letting you ruin.
Oh, I skipped it by accident. Right here.
Whatever.
So this is what is it called again? Super Demon Wave. It's very bouncy. Obviously Gohan is doing his rush from the Frieza saga here. Blue Goku's rush is from the Tournament Power arc. Yeah, it is. What are your thoughts on the models? How do you think they look compared to the previous modern DBZ games? Alright, goodbye Mr. Free. Get some rest. I think I've already talked about this before. I think Sparking's models look fine for what they are. Most of the complaints I've seen from people about this game's visuals come from really just stem from the fact that they are going off of a Shintani inspired style, which doesn't work as well for certain characters, I think. And again, it's not a big deal, but I personally, if I had a say in it, I do wish they went with a more Z kind of look, kind of like the old Tenkaichi games did. But again, I don't really mind the Super Broly look either. When it comes to the way models look, I think it's really hard to beat fighters. Kakarot does have pretty solid looking models, but the Kakarot models are overshadowed by a very oversaturated shader. Sparking, I think some characters definitely look better than others. It's kind of obvious who got a lot more time put into them when you compare the models directly. For example, Broly, in my opinion, is the best looking model in the game. For sure. I can't say one bad thing about the Broly models in this game. If I had to be really nitpicky, I wish... yeah, again, if I had to be really, really, really nitpicky, I wish they had some sort of hair shading, so it didn't look as flat. And then you look at characters like Future Trunks from Super, he looks really good. Boo looks really, really solid, though I think it's kind of hard to mess up Boo. But then you see characters like Dispo who don't have as much polish put on them, or maybe Kakunsa, for example. She doesn't have anything crazy going on with her models like Broly or Trunks are. But I think they mostly look good. As long as the game looks mostly good, I don't think I can really complain. Vegito looks really cool. Gogeta, I feel mixed about Gogeta. I think certain things do look better than others. Super Saiyan Gogeta looks pretty good, I think. Base Gogeta and Blue Gogeta, I think, could improve. Again, the game's a little ways away from release, so they have time to improve for sure. But again, this is me being really nitpicky here. So just take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. If I had to say definitively if there's a bad model, I think Whis is a very quick pick for me. His eyes look a little funny, but beyond that, I think the game looks mostly good. If I really had to nitpick, those would be my nitpicks. For animations, I'm sure you guys saw the whole Gogeta debacle the other day. That was interesting. Kubota's style in any game would be crazy, Zenzo. Trunks, yeah, Trunks looks really good. On my end, Super Saiyan, you wish Super Saiyan Blue had that extra bang. Yeah, that's one kind of thing I kind of miss from Shintani's design. Shintani didn't have that extra bang for Super Saiyan Blue. I think I will probably do that, Drakon. I'm probably gonna remake the shader at some point. Vegito Blue looks really nice. Future Trunks armor looks the best alongside base Vegito. Yeah, I think they look pretty good too. Whis' arm is clipping. Okay, let's talk about clipping for a second, okay? This is the one thing I keep seeing brought up over and over, and I brought it up the first time I talked about it on Twitter, and I got destroyed for it. Clipping is inevitable, okay? There's no real avoiding it. The only way you're gonna avoid clipping like that is if you either animate the model a very specific kind of way, or if you set up the physics in a way that it doesn't clip, but that would require a lot more computations for the physics engine to actually do that, because collisions on a high poly mesh like this would take a lot of processing power. It's inevitable. I would say if you can, try not to microanalyze the footage, because if you do, you will see clipping everywhere. It's inevitable. There's no way to avoid it. For a game like this especially, 164 characters, this game has only been in dev for 5 years. That's not that much time for game dev. For a Dragon Ball game, that's a lot of time. But for game dev, that's not enough time to micromanage every single thing for clipping, in my opinion. Do I prefer black or brown hair for Vegito? Personally, I've always been a brown hair kind of guy. Anatomy of SZ characters looks kind of strange based off Shintani's. As for the anatomy, I feel like I do prefer Dragon Ball characters when they are slimmer, but I do agree. I do think they look a little too slim. Again, I don't really mind it. I'm fine with it, but if I had to be really nitpicky, then yeah, I would say if we could get a little more musculature, I wouldn't mind it. Light brown hair. Yeah, technically speaking, I'm pretty sure Toriyama drew him with black hair as well, but I think brown hair looks kind of neat. It's kind of cool looking, kind of unique. You asked this earlier, character-wise, what do you think they can make a trailer for at this point? Not talking story mode, game mode, or features, just characters. We've gotten most of the stages at this point. I'm thinking Goku Black and GT. You'd be surprised just what you can do with Dragon Ball. Now, for reference, Tenkaichi 3 had every movie character you could imagine at the time, except for like OG Dragon Ball, but we had Turles, we had all the Brolys, we had, you know, Slug, we had Tapion, Hirudegarn, Pikkon, so many filler characters. They could do a lot. You'd be shocked. Hello, Zega. Welcome in. But yeah, they could definitely do a lot with all the filler characters, such as Pikkon. One thing I would absolutely love, but I feel like if they are going to add it, it's going to be DLC. I would love Super Kaioken. You know the one that Goku does against Pikkon? I would love that one. Movie characters are making it. I think Bardock will. Bardock, I think, will be in base game. I think Bardock is the type of character now that you kind of need to have in your game one way or another. I can see Bardock in base game. I can definitely see Bardock in base game. And I think, yeah, like Zenzo said, I think Broly might actually make it into the base roster as well. He's too popular, as in Z Broly. As for other characters, my personal wishes are Tapion, Hirudegarn, and Turles. I hope they make it in for sure. Those are my personal requests. Will they make it in? I can't say. We don't have enough information, but this next trailer, I think we're getting all the heavy hitters. So I'm thinking if they're really gonna start ramping stuff up, I think we're gonna get around 20 to 30 characters in this next trailer. Somewhere around there, I think, would be a good number. So the heavy hitters would probably be UI Goku, Full Power Jiren. I can see Goku Black, Zamasu in there as well. I'm hoping GT makes it in. I think that's, if there is going to be a confirmation for GT, Summer Games Fest is where you do it. That's where you bring your A game. I'm doing well, Sega. How are you? I think they might do some Ginyu Force stuff. SGF would actually be a really good place to show all of Frieza's and Cell's and Boo's forms, actually. Because I feel like having a trailer specifically for villains would be cool, but I feel like SGF might be a good place to just show everybody. I think that'd be a really good place to show it off, show all the forms off. As for anything else, game modes wise, I think they might show a bit of 5v5 stuff. Again, take what I say with a grain of salt. This is all just theory. But I can see 5v5 stuff. But I can definitely see, like, maybe DP battles return. I think DP battles would be cool to have back for sure. Game mode wise, training mode. I think training mode would be something that should be in the base game. with like a fully fledged tutorial system instead of just having to read through pages, right? That's one gripe I have with Tenkaichi. The training system was awful. The tutorials were awful. The way they animate speed lines are great. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad to see you're doing well, Zego. Let's show off Soul Saga Gohan. Yeah, I think they'll probably show him off pretty soon here. Villain trailers showing off all those villains, yeah. I think if they are gonna show everything from Frieza, Cell, and Buu, a villains trailer I think would be a good idea, just as a separate thing, because that's like 15 characters in one place. But my concern is, if they show like 30 characters at Summer Game Fest, then they can only show 10 characters per character trailer going forward until they hit October. And I know a lot of people are skeptical that the game is coming out in October, and I'll tell you why it definitely is. I won't say it absolutely will, but I feel there's a strong chance it will, because A, the Singaporean government trademarked it for Bandai, and it has 2024 listed as the year release. Second, GameStops are now rolling out pre-orders for the game. So I think it makes sense. It just does. And not to mention the leak that Sergio did with Bandai's website that showed an October release for Sparking Zero. Didn't like the tutorials in the game. Yeah, I agree. I hope they add the game modes into the games. Is it a hot take to say I don't think Superhero will be base game? I feel like it won't be. It doesn't really make sense. I feel like they're new enough. That's a personal belief, and I would love to be wrong, because I do like Superhero. But I personally think they might not do superhero stuff. Character trailer will be Beast Gone. Maybe. I don't know. We can't. I guess we'll have to see. The amount of heavy promoting they're doing wouldn't make sense for it to not release this year. Yeah, I agree. I feel like if they were to do a 2025 release, it would have to be either like... I think it would have to release in January, right? And I think they would really start ramping up stuff like next month, but they started ramping stuff up like last month, so we get screenshots like days before the trailers come out, and then we get the trailers themselves, and like a week before the trailer we have the V-Jump. So I think ultimately, yeah, I think this game is definitely coming out this year. Beast Gohan pre-order bonus. I feel like if Daima's releasing right next to Sparking Zero, I think there's a good chance Daima Goku could make it as a DLC as well. Not having Gohan Super in base roster would be weird. It would be a bit strange since the movie's been out for a year at this point, but I feel like they've gotten away with a lot worse. Like, Fighters, for example, didn't have Bardock or Broly in the base roster, right? I think that was kind of a strange choice. That's a good point, Ares. I think Cell Max is definitely playable this time around. I don't see why he wouldn't be. This is the only game where you can have playable giants, so I think he would definitely be playable. For sure, yeah, I agree. Daima could be DLC. Fighters didn't have base Goku and Vegeta. Yeah, that was weird too. I think that was the weirdest DLC for me. For sure. For sure. Out of this roster, I'm actually kind of shocked they're showing super stuff so early. I guess it is a good way to build hype early on. But I would usually expect games like these to show super at the end. But I guess since this game has a very heavy DBS focus, it makes sense. Also, can we just agree this is the best Kale has looked anywhere? I think even like when you compare the show, I love the color palette here. And just her like structure, her facial structure looks really nice. Kale looks really good. Caulifla looks pretty good too, in my opinion. I know some people didn't really like the way Caulifla looks, but I love this super. This might be my favorite ultimate in the game, actually. I love the lighting here. Kefla. You prefer the show? That's fine. Do you think they'll add Z or GT Gogeta? I feel like they have to, right? I feel like they kind of have to for Z and GT. GT Gogeta is far too popular to just skim over. Think of it this way, Super is the current generation's Dragon Ball, and Z is Retro Dragon Ball. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, for sure, I agree. Vegito. Oh, you know what would have been really, really sick for Vegito Blue? If you guys have seen what Dokkan's done with Super Saiyan Blue Vegito really, like recently, I don't play Dokkan, but I kept seeing this one go everywhere. This one clip, where he did the Spirit Sword, and there were two key blasts like surrounding him, and he did like a Rush Super in Dokkan. It looked really, really cool. I wish like some game would adapt that someday. How do we feel about maybe like a DLC pack of all the video game characters? So like a DLC pack where they put in Toa, Mira, Shallot, Android 21. I think that would be a great DLC pack. Because one thing I keep seeing people want is Shallot in every game. I think having that in this game would be really sick. I'm not too sure, Drakon. I'm not super into Dokkan. I don't play the game. Didn't Gogeta, yeah. Anyone think we'll see DB Super return in the next year or two? If you had to take my opinion, I don't think we're getting Super 2 until like 2030. Just because there isn't enough content to animate. We only have 2 arcs that are unique to DBS, the manga right now. And the anime would catch up very quickly. And given that the manga is monthly, I think we need 2 or 3 more arcs before we can even consider getting an animation for Super. That might be a hot take, and I apologize if it is, but that's my personal opinion on it. But the manga goes very slow. It's very, very slow. By then, honestly, we might have a sequel to Sparking Zero. We might have Sparking 1. And then 2, and then 3. Sparking 3 would be crazy. Playable Mira would be dope. Yeah, I agree. God of Destruction deal. Okay. You know what my #1 request is for this game? Eventually, even if it is eventually, I would love to have Belmod in this game. Belmod, the clown god of destruction. I feel like he would make such a sick addition. I think he would make such a cool addition. I think he might be my #1 most requested character that is not in any of the Tenkaichi games, or any game in general. I think he is my favorite god of destruction after Beerus. Bro, let me actually show you something, right? Hold on, let me pull it up. Okay, look at this, okay? This is why I want Belmod in the game. We have seen him fight before, right? And we have seen some of the techniques he uses. This man has the craziest skill set. Let me see if I can find a picture of this. He makes playing cards out of ki. Okay? And he can freeze people in place, and he can throw ki blasts that are in the shapes of cards. You know how sick that is? Let me see if I can find a better screenshot here. Where is it? I think I just saw it. Like right. Yeah, right here. Look. After he's frozen people in place, he can throw those key cards at people. I think that's so cool. I would love Belmont in a game. Even if it was just Xenoverse. I don't play Xenoverse too much, but I play it here and there. I would legit grind Xenoverse for a week if they put Belmont in the game. Dude, Mora would go really hard too. Yeah, for sure. That one god of destruction. Are you talking about Hermes? The Egyptian one? That'd be cool. Hachiyak. Hachiyak would be cool. I really do want Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and Broly to come back. That'd be super sick too. That would be super cool. As for other characters, you guys have any other characters we haven't seen in any game before that you'd like to see in Sparking? I think this is the only game where you can have characters like this show up that have never done stuff. I feel like in Xenoverse it's a bit more risky because you have to have a bit more... You have to have a lot more skills for Xenoverse, right? For a character. But in Tenkaichi, there's only about 3 skills you need to use. Goku? Yeah, Goku. Goku. That'd be cool. Super Saiyan 3 Raditz. Interesting. Giblet? Giblet would be cool. Giblet? I don't know how to say his name. That DLC should be characters that have never been played. Okay, I would like to speak on that, actually. I know a lot of people don't like the fact that Videl from DBS made it into Xenoverse 2, but I think that's kind of cool. I think characters like that should also almost always be DLC. Because, you know, we've never seen them fight, and then, you know, the devs have a unique iteration on that character. I think that's always super cool. Majin Ozoto. Bro, they did him so dirty in Heroes. Have you seen the animations? They did him so dirty. Goku Jr. and Vegeta Jr. Oh yeah, they'd be really cool too. I actually really like that special. Love to see 23 World Tournament Goku and Piccolo. If Goku early, or sorry, Goku mid, if he still has his, what's it called? If he still has Meteor Combination, I wouldn't expect a World Tournament Goku. Evil Grey Boo. Yeah, I think, that'd be a cool addition. I don't know if he's gonna be base game, though. I hope he is. Hachiyak would be an instant main. Yeah, that'd be super sick. Gogeta. I can see him being a costume, honestly. I think Sparking is the type of franchise where you can sell a lot of costume packs. So, like, we might get costumes like the jacket that Goku had in the Cell Saga. You know, the one with 5'9" on it? We could get that. We could get stuff like Badman Vegeta playable in costumes. I think that'd be really cool, too. Yeah, these are some of the characters I would like, personally. You guys want Arale? I honestly hope Arale returns base game. Soul Story DLC pack with a few new characters and new variations for existing characters, like a cooler movie Goku with that big blast. Yeah, that'd be sick too, actually. Tenkaichi had a bunch of what-if characters. Oh, you know what? That's a good point, Zenzo. I would actually absolutely love a lot of what-if characters to be a thing as well. Oh, could you imagine like a Bulma in a mech character? They did do a Pilaf machine in Tenkaichi 3, so I don't think that's too much of a reach. Oh, dude, I would love Beelzebub and Sparky. Oh man, Samto, you're making me hope for things I know are not going to be in the game. I think, one thing I really want to see is the ability to play, Ultra Instinct Goku with the end of Zigi. Nekomajin? It's definitely possible. I think having some Toriyama works that haven't been really explored, having some characters from there as a DLC pack would be really cool. Just to kind of honor his legacy, you know? Bulma... I think an Namek Bulma would be cool in a mech. Or, you know, the one with the mechanic Bulma? Zenzo! I was actually gonna bring up the security guard outfit for Goku. I think... Could you imagine this outfit for Goku? Security guard. Could you imagine this outfit in Sparking Zero? You know how fire that would be? Could you imagine beating somebody's ass in this costume, bro? You know how hard that would go? Dude, I would love the Post Boy outfit for Piccolo as well. I love this outfit for Goku. I want this in Sparking Zero. Oh yeah. I think, if anything, if Goku Black doesn't have any outfits... I think this is an immediate choice that they could go with. This is definitely one they'll have, I think. It's too easy to give him this one, I think. Hero from Ultimate Tenkaichi. I think even Bandai tries to pretend that Ultimate Tenkaichi doesn't exist at this point. I don't know if we'll get Hero. They're already like super conservative when it comes to having Heroes characters come over, so I don't know if they'll have Ultimate Tenkaichi stuff. Bringing Brightbower Bully in. I think he'd be a cool DLC character, but I don't know base game. I think he'd be a waste of a slot in base game. Zamasu could have a farmer fit because you can't give it to Goku. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good costume. Sure, they've shown they do not care about clipping shoulder pads. Zamasu Goku is extremely likey. Yeah, I think so too. Grand Priest making it to this game. I'm not gonna rule it out as a possibility, but we've seen him do nothing. Like, all he does is ominously stand around. We haven't even seen him, like, punch once. Or even do a karate chop or something, so I don't know about Grand Priest getting any sort of moveset. I don't know what they would do. I know they've done, like, what-if movesets for certain characters, but I don't know what they would do, like, legitimately. Zied, I don't know if they would do that for pre-order. I feel like people would be upset if he was the pre-order. Shin and Kibito? I hope so. I know they didn't have Kibito in Tenkaichi 3, but I think this is a good opportunity to bring him in. I know they had Kibito Kai, but not Kibito. Champa. I think Champa and Vados might actually be base game. I think they have a good chance. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I think it's a pretty good opportunity to bring them into. Future Piccolo DLC. It's just Raditz fight with an arm chopped off. They're gonna... Okay, who do you guys think is gonna be the pre-order character? I'm thinking it has to be between two characters, really. I'm thinking either A, we get an early unlock for UI Goku, B, we get Gohan Beast, or just Dragon Ball Super Gohan in general, or C, Daima Goku. I'm leaning more toward Daima Goku, just because Daima comes around the same time. What if Goku was betrayed and locked inside the time chamber Sparking Zero story? Could you imagine? Yeah, I think Daima Goku makes the most sense. I would love a, like, power pole based moveset. I think it would be super sick. Cause Kid Goku didn't really use the power pole too much, if I recall, in Tenkaichi 3. Or did he? I don't really play Kid Goku that much. I feel like Superhero Gohan might be DLC, like I mentioned earlier. Because all things considered, he's 4 characters, right? It's base Gohan, Super Saiyan Gohan, Ultimate Gohan, and then Beast Gohan. That's 4 characters. I feel like he has to be DLC. If they do make him base game, I think that's a good idea too, just because I feel like when it comes to selling... Okay, yeah, this is one thing I wanted to touch upon. How do you sell characters with multiple transformations for this game, right? Do you sell character packs, or do you sell individual characters? Because think about it, right? Superhero Gohan is 4 transformations. Each transformations in Sparking counts as a different character. So if you sell Superhero Gohan alone, that's 4 characters in 1 pack. And I feel like that's when it's gonna get really tricky. I'm sure they've figured it out already, but we already know DLC is gonna be a thing because, yeah, right here. In-game purchases. We know DLC is a thing. In fact, you'll probably be able to buy the Season Pass day 1. You think so, Zenzo? I think that'd be kind of cool, actually. I think... I don't want to speak too soon, Santo. I'm not too sure. You know, Zega, I feel like that's a very likely possibility. In-game purchases is very vague. I don't know if that implies DLC or microtransactions. If it's microtransactions, I feel like there's gonna be a big upset. I know a lot of Tekken players were complaining because they've done a lot of microtransaction stuff in that game. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta to have their lightning fast combos like Birder does. We already know that super fast combos exist because we've seen Birder's combo string. It's probably just DLC, yeah. Superhero is probably DLC, I think. Question: how many movie characters do you think makes the base roster? I think... I do think Bardock kind of needs to be in base game. Fighters only got away with it because every character just takes so damn long to make in that game. Like, one character takes like 3, 4, maybe 5 months sometimes, if I recall. I think they actually did say it. Not too sure. Wouldn't surprise you if Bandai shoved a gacha in some way, shape, or form. Convinced that they're holding off on either Superhero or GT near release. It's possible, yeah. I think UI Goku is a given at this point, right? I think we're seeing UI Goku for sure. I think he's the one character everybody's the most hype about. Or at least most people are hype about. We already know he's coming because he's on the cover. I do think it's kind of a bold choice to put him on the cover, don't you think? Usually it's either base Goku or Super Saiyan Goku because they're the most recognizable forms. Do you guys think it's about time where Super Saiyan Blue or even Ultra Instinct are iconic enough to stand on their own? Or do you think they should have still gone with Super Saiyan and or base to market the game as much as they possibly can? Because I do know that naturally, you know, with the Tournament of Power airing, a lot of sites broke down and stuff. So everybody, I'm pretty sure everybody knows what Ultra Instinct looks like at this point. Yeah. It is interesting for sure. Well, Zenzo, I think at this point in time, we already know Goku Super has 4 forms, right? We know he has Super Saiyan, we know he has God, and then we know he has Blue. Now, the biggest question people have is Ultra Instinct going to be a transformation, or is he going to be a separate character? Because everything right now is leading me to believe it's going to be a separate character. It's probably going to start off at Omen, and then it's going to go into Mastered. That's what I'm thinking. I hope that's not the case. Could you imagine if there was a mechanic in place, if you had 1 health bar left, you could transform into Ultra Instinct Goku? I feel like that'd be really hype. I don't think that's how they're gonna do it, but I do see Ultra Instinct Goku being a separate character if they stick to the 5 transformations rule, or 5, 4 transformations rule. Again, I'm not too sure what they'll do, but... Four does not include base. So the maximum number of transformations we've ever seen for a character goes to Frieza in Tenkaichi 3. He had his base form, second form, third form, fourth form, and fifth form. 4 of them being transformations. You know what I mean? So 5 characters in total under one like unique character. That's a good point, Ziad. How do you say your name, by the way? Is it Ziad or is it Zed? Kind of curious. They could cut Omen. I feel like there's gonna be a an uproar of fans if they do cut Omen. I feel like people like Omen more than Mastered. I feel like that's mostly universal. I know a lot of people do like Mastered more, but everybody I've talked to says they like Omen more. So I think cutting Omen would be a big mistake. I agree, yeah. He has a more unique moveset for sure. I don't think they're cutting Omen. I do think he has more to offer. Plus, just saying, he was the one who broke the websites, not Mastered. Just saying, okay? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. He was the one who broke the websites, not Mastered Ultra Instinct, okay? Also, if you hear me just go quiet for a couple seconds, that's because I'm eating ice cream, and I apologize, but yeah, I don't think they're cutting Omen. I feel like that'd be a dumb idea. I'm gonna backlash. Bro, could you imagine? I feel like the Latino community themselves would, like, raid Bandai's headquarters. Whereas Android 17Z, I don't know if they're gonna do a Z anymore. With the possibility of tag supers, now we've seen characters that are doing ultimates together, like Caulifla and Kale and Trunks and Goten. Cause in Tenkaichi 3, Goten's ultimate was the Bros Kamehameha, where Gohan came in and did the Kamehameha with him. If they do have tag supers, I think 17Z might not be a thing. Cartel would be sent to Bandai, bro. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Wait, I can't believe Bandai and Namco confirmed they're going to add Zykor. Baby, let's go Tavlos fans. Bro, could you imagine if Zykor came in? Like an official game? I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I don't think that's ever happening, but if Jesus, I think Jesus Christ is gonna be a day or a week 1 mod. I think first week we're getting Jesus Christ in the game. Okay. Week 1. We're getting a recreation of the Ultra Instinct Goku versus Jesus Christ fight. Week 1. That's my guess. And then like the week following that, I think we're gonna get Zycor and Super Saiyan 5 Goku. I'm not sure if it's actually Tag Supers and Raging Blast. I think it's just regular Ultimates. I hope it's... I do really hope it's Tag Supers. 18 was getting a DBS variant. I think you're mistaking 17 for 18. 17 has Super in his name. Yeah, see right here. It says Android 17 Super. I do hope there's a Z variant because his moveset is different enough. I feel like they've given Super Electric Strike to 17 in every game, but we could get like the Axel dance and everything with Z17 if they do add him. You're Latino. It's sad that they won't do a Latin American dub for the game. You know, I personally am Indian, but I will say this. The sole reason Tenkaichi still lives on today is because of the Latino fan base, okay? The amount of modders from Latin America who have modded the hell out of this game, not to mention the amount of ROMs you can find of Tenkaichi Tag Team with the craziest mods possible. They're all made by Latin modders. They single-handedly have kept this game alive. If anybody's gonna get a dub for this game, I feel like it's gotta be the Latin community. I feel like they should just give them... They gotta give the Latin fan base what they need, man. Please. As a fan who grew up in India and now lives in America and has loved Dragon Ball from my childhood and has heard Dragon Ball in various different dubs, give the Latin fan base what they want. Give them a Latin dub. I think they deserve it. They've single-handedly kept this game alive for nearly 20 years. They deserve it. You guys deserve it. I love y'all. Thank you for making and keeping this dream alive. I feel like if you guys weren't here with us on this ride, I don't think Sparking Zero would have existed. Okay? You guys have single-handedly, like... You guys go to every, like, ROM website and keep the download rate for Tenkaichi the highest all the time. Thank you, okay? I just want to thank y'all for just keeping this game alive for 20 years. Oh, 100% Aries. 100%. I remember being God Vegito versus Ripshard Zamasu in full power Broly. I kid you not. I was getting jumped by the both of them. Oh, were you playing like a modded version? Yeah, that'd be fire. Honestly, Reggie, I think you can add another million to the sales if they add a Latin dub. I feel like if there was a Latin dub, they would have advertised it by now. I feel like they should have if they do. That leads me to believe it probably won't be at launch, unfortunately. Super Saiyan God Vegito should be a thing. Yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, what's your thought on what if characters? So like, what if transformations and stuff? I know Budokai, Shin Budokai, they gave future Gohan Super Saiyan 2. And even like his ultimate form, his mystic form. How do you guys feel about them doing what if forms? I think they should totally go for it. Even if it's just like DLC stuff, I think I'd really love it. You think they'll add GT to the base roster? Zenzo, I'm gonna be honest. If they do Super Saiyan 4 straight up, I wouldn't like it. I think they should start off with GT Goku and Vegeta. I know Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was just his own thing in Tenkaichi 3, but I hope they do a whole GT Vegeta character this time around. I unfortunately don't think we're gonna get Super Saiyan God Gogeta and Vegito in the game, just because Shueisha is very particular with what you can and cannot do before it's shown. The reason Heroes got away with a lot of transformations was because they were probably never gonna touch certain transformations for certain characters. For example, I don't think they were planning on ever doing Super Saiyan 3 Vegito. They were probably never going to do Super Saiyan 4 Gohan. They were probably never going to touch Super Saiyan God Trunks. But I think they might be saving... There's a very particular reason why we didn't see God Vegeta until Broly came out, right? So, if they're going to keep that trend going, I think we might see Gogeta and Vegito Super Saiyan God if they ever use it in Super. What is my overall expectation for costumes in this game? I've already said this a couple times. I don't know if you were here, but I think the Tenkaichi formula works far too well for DLCs. So well, to the point where they can not only sell character packs, I totally see them selling costume packs. Kind of like Dead or Alive or something, if you ever played the Dead or Alive games. I can really see costume packs being a thing in this game. Ultra Instinct Vegeta. That'd be a cool what if. But I don't think they'll do that since Ultra Ego is a thing. I don't think Ultra Ego is going to be in a Dragon Ball game for years to come, unfortunately. Xeno Goku DLC would go hard. Yeah, I agree. You just wanted Super Saiyan 4. Me too, man. Me too. Xenoverse 2 was able to make something out of him. Yeah, true. I mean, look at this screenshot right in front of you. This is a move from Xenoverse 2. This didn't exist in the anime. Bergama should have gotten instead of... I agree. I feel like Bergama should have gotten in Xenoverse. I hope Gohan and Goku have their Saiyan armor. I think they will. That was my favorite outfit, actually, for Goku. I hope we get Super Saiyan Raditz and Nappa for what if transformations. Honestly, I think I would prefer that over Great Apes. For once. Usually I would prefer What If Great Apes, but... Oh, dude, could you imagine if Sparking's the first game to have a What If transformation for Turles that is not, like, ugly? A Super Saiyan Turles? Could you imagine? They've never done a... Even Heroes didn't touch Super Saiyan Turles. Yeah, they can't touch manga for sure. Legal reasons. It's funny. I don't know why. Shueisha's funny. Super Saiyan God Bardock. That'd be funny. But cool. Dark Skin Goku. Bro, listen. Out of all the Goku copies, I think Turles is my favorite. Low key, I think Turles is my favorite. If they do Super Saiyan Goku Black, somehow we would be losing our shit. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I would scream. I don't read the manga, but the bits and pieces I've read look really cool. But unfortunately, if you can see my cursor up right here, I'm pretty sure that's where Goku Black is going, and I think he's only gonna have Rose. Unfortunately, I can see them doing a Super Saiyan Goku Black DLC though, if they ever do like what if characters or manga characters. But I don't see them doing like Ultra Ego or anything. Oh yeah, Ares. He's probably gonna have a lot of counter moves. He wants Universe 6 Namekians. I can see them in the game, for sure. Staying a firm believer that Goku Black will somehow get Super Saiyan. Maybe DLC. Purple Vegeta's gonna be here. I feel like copy Vegeta's a bit tricky, right? Mainly because he does nothing unique. He could get in as a DLC character, but at most, I personally only see him being a costume. That's just me, though. Excuse me, just eating ice cream. That's why I'm a little quiet. Stages. I think two stages we can guarantee are gonna be in the game that are in almost every Dragon Ball game are Kami's Lookout and Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I would love to see those those stages in the game. Those are some of my favorites. And I wonder if they'll do the Glacier from Broly. I think they will definitely do the Glacier from Broly. But I'm curious if they'll do the Glacier from the Androids movie. You know, the one with Super 13. Is Analyza making the roster? Probably. I can see him in the game as a giant character. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I'm gonna head up. Alright, see you Najib. Thanks for coming by. Tournament Power. I think, yeah, Tournament Power is probably gonna be in the game. Hell's probably gonna be in the game. Vampa? Honestly, I do hope Vampa is gonna be in the game. I think the guy called Hype didn't want to break the surprise with the Fusion trailer, so he only showed a part of the magazine. Unfortunately, that's when I went on the Twitter. Oh yeah, Hype I guess he just disabled his account, so he's not been on Twitter for like a week or so. Monaka costume Beerus? Yeah, I would love like a little goofy ass model on Beerus's head that's just Monaka's face. It'd be crazy if you could destroy the Hyperbolic Time Stage and it ends you being... Dude, could you imagine? I feel like that's not gonna happen just because that would take a lot of computational power. But yeah, I would love if you destroyed the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, if you went into the Kami's Lookout stage. Hell was Janemba's realm, right? Yeah, it was. That's where Z Gogeta fought Janemba. Beerus' planet. I think that's kind of a given. I think that's gonna be in the game, base game, for sure. Just makes too much sense. Stage transitions? I don't know if there's gonna be stage transitions, but we do know that destructible stages are a thing where if you destroy the planet, you go into a destroyed version of a stage. Now, do you guys think they're gonna have unique destroyed stages, or do you think they're all gonna go to the same stage, same destroyed stage? Like, Tenkaichi 3 usually just brought you to a common destroyed stage. Oh, you know, Sparking having Otherworld Tournament would be really cool. If PyCon's in the game, I feel like that'd be really nice. 3 types of destroyed stages. Shoot, I would love to hear. Common stage, easier to make it happen. I think so too. I'm leaning more toward common stage, but I think they'll have some unique ones like Namek, because Namek's gonna look different either way, right? Then stages like Hyperbolic Time Chamber, I think they're gonna just keep it in Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I don't think we're gonna have a stage transition for that. Kind of like Tenkaichi 3. Or even... actually. Maybe the team version of the World Tournament stage will have a transition. One for Wastelands, one for Cities, one for Destroy Namek. I can see one being unique for the city, for sure. So far, we know that Wastelands are coming, this rocky area. We know that Namek is coming, right? We know West City. Is this West City? I'm assuming it's West City. We know West City is coming. Supreme Kai's Planet. We know Wasteland. We know the beach stage, the Archipelago. We only know like 6 or 7 stages now that I think about it. There's stages that have a common one, but you can have unique ones. Hyperbolic could have no destruction, or Kami's Lookout. Celerina become destroyed. Beerus's would be Underwater Cave. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that is one way they could do it, for sure. I don't know if they'll have enterable buildings. I feel like that's too much. Maybe in the story mode, but... Also, I just want to point one thing out, okay? Look at this. Look at this right here.
This rampaging monster must be taught a lesson.
I saw some people saying that Sparking doesn't have enough destruction. Is that not satisfactory? I feel like that's enough. I really do feel like that's enough. That's a lot of destruction. Like, you can see individual glass shards coming out. I feel like that's plenty. I know a lot of people want, like, real-time deformation of landscapes, but your PS5 would fry itself trying to do that. The destruction some people are looking for is legitimately technologically not possible on a game console. It would take too much computation power. Because that's real-time deformation for meshes, for stage meshes, which are very high poly, by the way. A lot of polygons are moving here. SSG versus SSG potion with Vegeta has really sweet destruction. Yeah, I actually do agree. I love the way the water looks in this game, man. Looks so pretty. Right here.
So this is a Super Saiyan God.
Also, we know beam clashes are gonna be button presses. What do you think this is gonna be? Do you think they're gonna have just button presses, or do you think we're gonna be mashing buttons here or something? For these kinds of clashes, for the melee clashes. Oh, I skipped the trailer. Probably the same as Beam. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, see? That entire cliffside fell off. Dude, that entire mountain blew up. I think that's plenty of destruction. I don't think they can really do more. Oh, you know, this could be like Dragon Ball Legends right here. This one right here. Where it's just like a little bar that pops up, and you just have to press it once. Let's look at some supers that are confirmed. or that are hinted at least. So we have Spirit Bomb. This is Vegeta's Rush Super where he goes, "The Saiyans are a true warrior race." We have Kaioken Kamehameha, or some sort of Kaioken Rush where he's using the Kamehameha. I think this is Goku mid, so yeah, this is probably just Kaioken Kamehameha. I think this is Vegeta's technique, trademark.
For what's
Meteor Smash, Spirit. That's not Spirit Breaking Cannon. I think that's another one of Vegeta's techniques. Maybe something. I don't know what this could be. I really don't know what this could be. Meteor combination, but the Z version. And this is the ultimate he does against Pui Pui. This wasn't in Tenkaichi, but it was in Raging Blast. Like the button sequence thing would be sick if you could stage change like the fighters ring outs. Maybe. You think Lavender has a chance of being playable? I honestly think if tag supers are a thing, not having Lavender and Basil would be a very big compromise. I really want them in the game. Could you imagine a Trio de Dangers tag attack? Yeah, Reggie, this super wasn't in BT3. I think the Earth can explode in Sparking Zero. We have Warp Kamehameha or Instant Kamehameha where he teleports. We have a Big Bang attack, I guess. I'm assuming this is a Big Bang attack. Could be wrong. Oh, did I? Ah, dang it, I brought it back. I think this is the meteor combination that Super Saiyan 2 has in Tenkaichi 3. Or maybe this is a new rush. This is another one of Vegeta's techniques.
there's no
Of course, we have Final Impact from Vegeta. Gallic Gun. I think this is a new Rush Super that Super Goku has.
limit to this.
Another Rush that Goku Super has here for a Super Saiyan form. And it seems that Vegeta also has a new Rush move. This is his little Big Bang attack that he does in his God form, or not his God form. Maybe it's God Heat Flash. This seems to be a God Kamehameha of sorts. We already know this move right here. This is his Rush Super. And this is either a Rush Super or maybe a Ultimate for Vegeta Blue. What I'm thinking is, you know, there's a clash of melee attacks that Vegeta does against Jiren in the Tournament of Power. I think that's something they could give Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. You know, the one where he does the kick in Jiren's gut? I can totally see that being a Rush Super. The SSJ2 is gonna be from what he did to Kid Buu, the Masanaga cut. Oh, that's a good point. I'm not sure I remember that one, but I'll look it up later after stream, because if I show it on here, I might get copy striked by a Toei. Sparking Zero models or Fighters models. I'm not gonna comment, because if I do, I think I'm gonna get in trouble. But I'm just gonna say, don't set up the new game like this, please. It's just not fair to compare the two. They're very different games, visually. Hits him, knees him, big blast. I forgot. Is it true competitive BT3 players aren't happy with SZ's movements? I think, from what I've been hearing, a lot of people do seem to like the new short step thing. The little short step animation that you have to do instead of having to, like, dash around and stuff. I think people do like that. What people are concerned about is, well, A, the camera, obviously. B, one thing I kept seeing brought up over and over is that charged attacks don't take as long to charge anymore. It used to be like half a second before, but it's like a couple milliseconds now. And we don't know how that's going to feel in hand. That's one thing people are concerned about. We're also kind of worried about how they're going to handle some of the new mechanics. Because this one, for example, if we look at the gameplay showcase, Mr. Furutani here shows us some of the new stuff.
性コンボによる近接格闘だけでなく ドラゴンダッシュを使った高速移動やファンの皆様なら思わず懐かしんでいただけるような伝統のカウンターシステム、そしてさらには激しい肉弾戦や気候派の打ち合いを楽しめるインパクトアクションなど、派手なバトルシステムはそのままに、バトルのやり込み要素だけではなく見ているだけでも楽しめるよう演出面にも気を配っています。アルティメットブラストはまさにそのうちの一つで、最新のプラットフォームだからこそ実現できるド派手演出と
Yeah,
な
I
ってい
think
ます。
they did do that
このゲーム
for
で実現させたド
for
ラ
the
ゴ
new
ンボールらし
movement
いダイナミッ
system
クか
since
つ激しいバトルを存分にお楽しみいただけると嬉しいです。そしてシリーズとして大
skip a little bit ahead to see where he brings it
ドラゴン
up.
ボールアクションのためいくつかの変更や
Okay, here it is.
新要素を加えました。今回はその中から4つほど先ほどお見せしたバトルの映像を使用しながらお伝えできればと思います。大きな変更点として
The
は
biggest changes was to boost the normal movement, making it as fast as the dash in the previous game. So yeah, so if you've played Tenkaichi 3, when you pressed X on your PS2 controller and you moved in that in your opponent's direction, that's the new speed of the normal movement. You can no longer move around slowly. And they've replaced the dash with a short dash that requires half a key bar.
これまでダッシュとして使われていたボタンで瞬間的に高速で動くことができるショートダッシュを行えるようにしました。
Or not a half key bar, it's like a quarter of a key bar. Which I think it's not too bad, but it could get tedious if you have no key.
これによって
So you gotta be careful with key in
柔軟な
this
内容や
game.
動きながらの攻撃など複雑なアクションが実現できるようになりました。ショートダッシュで相手の攻撃をかわしたり、動きつつため攻撃や
Yeah, so
被弾
short
攻撃につな
dashes.
げたり、ドラゴンダッシュにつなげて一気に大きく移動したりなど、プレイヤーのスタイルに合わせて様々なアクションができます。また基本アクションだけでなく
Skill
戦闘
count,
中に
yeah.
時間でたまる
So
スキルストックを使ったアクションを追加しています。
same thing as the old games. Revenge counter. This I like. So in previous Tenkaichi games, or at least in Tenkaichi 3, you could press L1 twice when you're getting hit to get out to break a combo essentially, but it would be at the risk of half a health bar. And honestly, you can spam it until you have basically no health left. So this is a good change. You can't just spam your health away to get away anymore. You have to spend your meter. So it's a lot more strategic, which is a good thing. I love this change. I love the fact that you can break out of combos without sacrificing like all your health.
描かれているやられながらも攻撃を繰り出すようなよりドラゴンボールらしい
This is a really good
攻防
change.
が可能になるアクションです。様々な攻撃に備えて
Super perception. Now, this I have mixed feelings about. Because yes, it takes 2 stocks.
になるアクションです。様々な攻
If
撃
you
に
look,
備えて
4 stocks,
反撃ができる。
now he has 2 stocks when he deflects the key blast or the key wave. The reason this confirms me is some characters are going to be able to build up that meter a lot faster. I'm pretty sure in Raging Blast this was free, but in here it does cost meter, which is a good thing. Now, for characters that can build key or build up the stocks a lot faster, or the skill count now they're calling it, if that builds up a lot faster, some characters will be able to take advantage of it and just spam super perception over and over. That's what concerns me. That can get tedious if you're fighting against somebody who spams a lot. This game is working in ways that is really preventing a lot of spamming, though, which is a good thing. Like Sonic Sway, I'm pretty sure like I said before, I think Sonic Sway is going to be a part of Super Perception now, because they go into a stance. If it's the same thing as what I'm thinking, then Sonic Sway is essentially an extension of Super Perception. So
宮技の超見極めでは一部の気候波系のスキルをも弾き飛ばすことまでできるようになっています。
I will in a second,
いず
Zenzo.
れもスキルストックが必要量ないと発動できないもので、ドラゴンボールらしいアクションを楽しみながらも戦いの選択肢を広げて駆け引きの面白さを深める新要素となっております。さらに瞬時に
This is what also concerns me. This is called Vanishing Assault. And it basically allows you to do a quick step, a really large quick step into your character's radius, into your opponent's radius.
接近して
So like, see right here, he's right here, but he teleports all the way behind Vegeta. Now my question is, does this teleport you to the back immediately? Or do you go to the front too? Obviously, none of us know that because we only have this gameplay showcase to go off of. But if this only goes to the back, this can be really cheap. This will be really cheap and annoying to deal with, I think. Because when you're getting hit from the back, the only option you have is a Z counter, I think. And we don't know if Z counters work from the backside in this game yet, like they did in Tenkaichi 3. I hope they do, because then that'd be a good way to counter this move. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't cost anything. Okay, it does cost ki. It costs a bar of ki, which is a good thing. But again, if it's a character you're playing as that builds up ki very fast, then it could be a little troublesome. So I hope they balance it out in some way.
バニシングアサルトというものを追加しています。発動には一定量の気が必要になりますが、これは遠距離攻撃をする
And of course, certain characters would probably have
中距離における
different things for this.
お楽しみいただけると思います。これらの新規要素により、バトルをよりドラゴンボールらしく、より戦略的にお楽しみいただけると思っています。
And yeah, those are the new mechanics. All right. Directional blocking is back. I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. It's a little hard to catch, but let's see if I can find it. Like I said, side steps are back. Vanishes. Let's see if they block at all. Vanish. Yep. I just hope, I really do hope they stabilize the camera a bit, because it is a bit hard to follow what they're doing sometimes. I don't think they block at all in this trailer, now that I think about it. In this showcase. I think they do it just to go into super perception. I don't think they do it mid-battle though. So, yeah. Alright, let's see what Zenzo wanted us to do. If you don't mind, can you go back to the first Vegeta versus Goku trailer? The one showing Frieza. Forgot if you can time... You can, yeah. In the very beginning, it has shown that Goku can vanish the Gallic Gun. Actually, it was in the announcement trailer where they showed it. Yeah, see, you can vanish beam still, which is a good thing. Only saw Roshi doing the directional block in the Power versus Speed trailer. Alright, let's look. Power versus Speed. Oh yeah, it's at the end of this trailer. I think he did it against Kakunsa, right?
This is the true might of a Super Saiyan strength. I'm old, yes.
Right here.
How many ladies are around me?
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a high block. Definitely a high block. So yeah, directional blocking is back. Now, if you didn't know, Tenkaichi 2 had 4 ways of direct blocking. You could block up, down, left, right, and middle. Actually, 5. You could draw, yeah, so you can block up, down, left, right, and middle. In Tenkaichi 3, you can only do 3. Up, down, and middle. So I don't know if they're going to include left and right. Because people... The reason... Okay, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant. The reason Raging Blast is as simple as it is because apparently people were complaining that Tenkaichi was too difficult. And in Tenkaichi 3, the reason people... the combat was slimmed down a little bit from Tenkaichi 2 was because the Tenkaichi 2 combat is a lot harder to master. Just because it's a lot more strategic, it's a lot more heavy, it's a lot more physics-based, I guess. And it has more ways of blocking, and it has more combo routes, if you're able to exploit some of this stuff. Would having a FOV slider in the options fix the camera issues? Unfortunately not. If anything, it would actually make it a bit more challenging. If you bring the camera too close, then you're gonna have a camera that's closer and moves a lot. So it's gonna actually make it a little more difficult. If you have a more stable camera, then I can see it working a little bit better, but I don't know. You know what I hope they keep from the older games. In BT3, the stronger your character is, the more dramatic their explosion blasts make. Times 10 Kamehameha practically created a new mushroom cloud. Yeah, I think that'd be a very, very cool, very, very cool thing. This might be a hot take, but technically speaking, Tenkaichi 2 is the better game between Tenkaichi 3 and 2. But Tenkaichi 3 is a lot more accessible. That's why I think people like it a little more. Raging Blast is even more accessible, but the thing is, they stripped what made Tenkaichi really special, which was the movement system. They dumbed down the movement system a lot. So, yeah.
I'm old, yes.
So, oh wait, you can do a hard block. So if you look right here, Kakunsa here is doing a down smash. That's the best way I can see it. And she gets knocked back by it. This is something that was in Tenkaichi 3. So yeah, this is definitely a directional block.
I'm old, yes, but experienced.
Also, non-flying characters still fall, which is nice. I know a lot of people thought that full-powered Roshi still looked a little too skinny. I don't think he looks too skinny. The issue here, visually, in my opinion, is just that his head is too big, or maybe his body is too small, size-wise. So if they can just maybe scale up his body or make his head smaller, that would fix a lot of the issues people have with him. Unlike BT3, 2 showed you the same Spirit Bomb in the sky charging. Yeah, I think that was a missed opportunity to bring it back. I think people just wanted it to be easily accessible because it made Goku too technical in that game, in my opinion. Goku was a harder character to play in Tenkaichi 2 than 3. You had to really strategize around using your ultimate attack.
Founder of the Turtle School, creator of the sacred technique, the Kamehameha. Well then.
Also, I will say, there was one scan in particular, right, where they mentioned Kui. It was the Rivals scan in V-Jump. They mentioned Kui. They said, oh, perform the move that killed Kui. I think Kui might be a returning character as well. I think Frieza soldiers and all the like fodder characters like Cyberman and Cell Jr., I think they have guaranteed spots in this game. They're necessary to tell a story. I think that's what made BT2 so fun, because it's so intricate. Yeah, it's definitely, in my opinion, when I was a kid, I think I did like Tenkaichi 2 more. Growing up, I think I did like Tenkaichi 2 more, just because the story was a little better. Actually, it was a lot better. The music was nicer too, in my opinion. And the gameplay was harder for me. I think I prefer the gameplay of 3, but I prefer everything else from 2. Do you think this game is aiming to be as technical as BT2? If anything, I feel like it's trying to be easier than 3, but I could be wrong. I feel like it's going to be on par with, if not easier than 3. Or maybe even harder, slightly harder, but I don't know if it's going to be as technical as 2. I hated the transition screen between combos and Raging Blast, really takes away from the gameplay. Do you mean as in, like, how it, like, switched the camera on you really quick? I didn't play Raging Blast that much, so I don't have too much knowledge. Is Hercule playable? Yes, he is. We already have confirmation. See right here. Let me show you. He shows up for like 2 frames. It's kind of funny. Okay, let's go a little bit further ahead. God, Trunks looks so good. Cell looks really nice too. Yeah, we have Hercule. I prefer the speed of 3. Yeah, me too. I like the technicality of 2 as well, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah, the combo cancels, right? The combo cancel extension thingies. I don't know what to call them. Hello, Xeno Coffee. Welcome in. Okay. I have played 1 quite a bit. Oh, congrats, Coffee. You can finally play that copy of BT2 you have. Very good. Very good. Did you find a fat PS2 or a slim? Because if you have a fat, I can help you set it up. I can help you set up a slim as well. Yeah, as I was saying, Raging Blast 1 I found a lot more enjoyable between the two. I couldn't really stomach 2. It was a little too slow for my tastes. One thing I really liked about RB2 was Raging Soul. The combos were so cool. Yeah, it was really cool. Coffee, message me later. Tell me what the model number is. Look at the bottom, and it should be like SCPH something. Send me that number, and I'll help you out. So you don't have to buy every game. You know. I'll help you do illegal activities on your PS2. You didn't hear that from me though. RB, yeah, I think so, yeah. Story mode in RB1, fantastic. I love the what ifs. The what ifs are so good. Especially the one where you have, what's it called? Like Bardock versus the Sun family. And also the Gogeta versus Vegito. It's such a cute story as well. They're like, oh yeah, you're gonna stay fused permanently, so who are you gonna stay with? Stuff like that. I just want like slice of life here and there sprinkled in. Would poison-based character or Frost be too OP in Sparking Zero? That brings up a good point. That brings up a really good point. Do we think they're gonna add more ailments in this game? Because we had key sickness and like key buffs and stuff. Do you think they're gonna have stuff like poison in this game? I think adding poison would be a really good thing. I think adding more ailments would be cool. Because mostly in the previous games we saw buffs. I agree, Reggie. Coffee, I'll talk to you about it later, yeah? Just so we have details down for your PS2. I hope base Goku Black's intro is the same as Fighters with the smoke clouds descending. Oh, dude, that'd be so sick. But then what would they make Goku Black Rosé's intro? That does make me curious. What do you think about raid battles coming to the game, like teaming up with 4 other random players? The thing with... Raid battles, when it comes to like multiple people, I can see a mechanic where you can swap, you're all in one team, but I don't see a game mode where like multiple people are in the same arena, because the camera struggles as is with 2 people on the screen. I don't want to imagine how it would be with like 5 other people in the screen. Flabbiters, and then there's definitely gonna be poison. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Obviously, it would be 1 player on at a screen, 1 at a time on screen. Yeah, that'd be cool. That could be kind of cool, Zenzo. But it does seem that they're going with relatively simple intros so far. I don't know how they would do any crazy intros like that. I know a lot of people want Tenkaichi Tag Team to return as a game mode. And I wouldn't mind it. But I'm not too sure how they'd handle that for Sparking. I think Shin's gonna be base game, Coffee. I already told you this. I think Shin's gonna be base game. I think he has to be. I just think he has to be. It makes little sense to have him as a DLC character, in my opinion. What is your guys' favorite looking model in the game? Like, so far. If you want a reference, I can... We'll scroll through every single model. So, all the Gokus share the same model, but let's go through them anyway. I think it's kind of hard to mess up Goku. I think they all look really good. Warp Kamehameha, yep. Super Goku. Let's go through them a bit faster because this is gonna take forever otherwise. I think Scouter Vegeta is my favorite Vegeta out of all of them. I just love the way he looks. His Scouter looks really nice. You guys like Vegito, Perfect Cell, Fuse Zamasu. I think so far Zamasu is one of the... I think Zamasu is the nicest looking fusion. In my opinion. That's just me though. Super Vegeta looks really nice as well. God, you know it's a Tenkaichi game when the first couple characters, like the first dozen characters, it's just Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo, Krillin. Trunks looks really nice. Yep, that one. I know this is like a... This is a fan favorite amongst a lot of people. Frieza Super. I think he looks okay. Cell. This is a really good model. And the shading and everything is really nice. The colors too. Dude, I can't imagine... I saw one person complain about how this game was gonna be bad. And it was for the dumbest reason. Somebody said this game was gonna be bad because Cell spots are symmetrical. I thought that was the dumbest thing. I don't think it's... I don't think that's that deep. I'm gonna be real. I think it looks fine. I think it looks really good. I saw, yeah, deadass, I'm not even joking. Somebody said this game was cooked because Cell spots were symmetrical. Does it matter? Does it really matter that much? Is it really that deep? Again, I think Boo looks great. I think it's hard to mess Boo up. Mr. Satan, I think Mr. Satan's unironically one of the best looking characters in the game. Damn, Reggie. I'm hoping for a what-if story involving Yamcha and the Tree of the Dangers. Honestly, with the what-if stuff, anything's possible. I really want to see, like, Birder versus Dispo. I think that'd be fire. That'd be super cool. Ginyu Force versus the Pry Troopers story mode would go crazy. Blue check or regular? I think it was actually in a Discord server I was in. I don't know if they're a Twitter user, but... 18. Broly looks fantastic. I love the way Broly looks here. He looks really nice. Super Saiyan Broly, same thing. Jiren, one of my friends is not a huge fan of the way Jiren looks here, but I actually do really like how he looks. I need to see full power Jiren though. That's where the real money's gonna be. That's where he does all the like super crazy stuff. Bergamo, he looks really nice. Man, I really do wish he came to Xenoverse though. Xenoverse 2 as like DLC or something. What if story mode where Goku goes Super Saiyan 4 against Beerus instead of God during the God ritual? That would be fire, bro. Do you remember back when Battle of Gods was leaked? People were like, oh yeah, Super Saiyan 4 is the Super Saiyan God that everybody's talking about. It was like a golden Super Saiyan 4. And as a kid, I was like, damn, this is insane. Broly looks incredible. Yeah, I agree. Future Trunks versus DBS Goku Vegeta. Give him Super Saiyan. Confirms Rage Broly is... I think so, yeah. Unfortunately, if they are gonna do base Broly at this point, I would expect him to be DLC. Do you think the contrast is too high? Because me, the black can look too harsh sometimes. I think sometimes the color grading is a little off in certain scenes. The lighting, for example. For example, Trunks' skin is really yellow. Again, that's a bit of a nitpicky thing for me to say, but some colors look really nice while others look a little too high contrasted, which is a thing that I've seen a lot of people bring up. Like Roshi here looks really nice, but then Nappa here is really yellow. If they could turn some of that coloring down and make it a bit more neutral, I think that'd be good. Like make them vibrant, but not super high contrast. You know what I mean? Goku Black Zamasu release. I'm telling you, bro. I think we're gonna see Goku Black Rose SGF Super Summer Games Fest. I think so. I think we're gonna see Summer Games Fest Goku Black. Do you guys want me to stream Summer Games Fest? I think people will be too busy watching it alone, but I wouldn't mind streaming it with a bunch of friends. Nappa? Yeah, I do like the way Nappa looks. Birder. Topo. Dude, Birder and Topo look really nice, honestly. Jace. I mean, he's using Goku's face model, so I don't see how you can really go wrong here. One thing if I had to really nitpick again, I wish they made his eyes green like in every other game, because his eyes are supposed to be green, but they made them black. Again, that's a really nitpicky thing, but just something I've observed. Kale, she looks pretty nice, I think. Broly, again, I feel like they poured like most of their love into Broly. You can really feel it. He looks so damn good, bro. Looks so damn good. Non-human characters? I somewhat agree. Jace is using Goku's face model? Yeah, he is. See? If you look closely. If you want me to compare really quick, I'll compare trailer footage. In fact, I'll have to open power versus speed on a separate window. So if we... It's really easy to tell once you like put them side to side, but it's a little hard to tell right away. So like Goku's face right here, and then you look at Jace, or Jice, however you say it. It doesn't really matter. Not a big deal. Right around here. Yeah, definitely the same face model. They've just put line work around his eyes. Do you remember that weird mistranslation that happened with Google Translate from the scans? Where Jace was corrected to Jesus and Birder was Bertha, so it was Jesus and Bertha. That was so funny. Visual nitpick in this game is line work placement, especially on hair. I don't disagree. I think it could definitely... There's some room for improvement for sure, but I think at this stage, I think it's a little too late to correct models and shading. Z Broly. Dude, I think Z Broly has a high chance of getting in this game, base game. Personally. I think he sells too well. He makes a lot of money for them. Goku Ultra Instinct, Goku Black, Jiren Full Power, Gohan Mystic, Kid Goku, Tao Pai Pai, Z Broly, Cooler, and if they don't, GT, F. Honestly, if they're gonna show GT and OG anywhere, I think it has to be SGF. I feel like it needs to be at Summer Games Fest, like I said before. If we're gonna see Super Saiyan 4 for the first time, it's probably gonna be at Summer Games Fest. But UI Goku, I think for sure. I think he's locked in. You can't see me, but I'm like crossing my fingers right now. I think he's locked in. Goku mid that Essencia fluffy anemic hair, baby. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how the physics are being handled in this game, because if it's really tricky, then it could be a little confusing to get that fluffy hair working with physics. Don't like the thick hands, thick outlines on Zamasu's hands. Yeah. Just little inconsistencies that people have been a little upset with, but I think it's a little too late. If you want them to make model changes, unless everybody unanimously cries that they're not gonna buy a game for a specific model nitpick they have, I don't think they're gonna change it. But I don't think it's that big of a deal when it comes to the nitpicks I'm pointing out. If there's one thing I would absolutely change, it's Whis' face. Personally speaking, I think he looks a little silly. But beyond that, I think everybody's fine.
Together. I am not going to be left in the dust.
Again, now, do you guys think this is a tag super, or do you think this is just like Jace's ultimate or Birder's ultimate? Because if it is a tag super, then I think that pretty much nails it down that tag supers are a thing. Because BT3 never had tag supers, but Raging Blast did. Have I seen the SDVH model for Nameku? Dude, Zenzo, if you know anything about me, my favorite Goku iteration is when he has that half-torn shirt on Namek. That is Goku Mid. I have a Goku Mid statue on my shelf right now. It's my favorite iteration of the character, period. I love that model to death. It's so nice. My favorite Goku model in this game, in Sparking? Or in a video game. Dude, this attack looks so nice. I saw a tweet the other day which said Dragon Ball did Purple Comet better than Cursed Clash, Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash. Unfortunately, true. Unfortunately true. I will never forgive Bandai for what they did to Cursed Clash, man. DVD player ass menu. Any game? It's a great question. I mean, Fighters is a pretty easy game to pick, but I don't know. I've heard the new DLC was actually pretty good and they improved the game a lot, but I don't see myself playing the game unless it's like $4 or something on sale. I'm not paying that much money to play something I'm not gonna enjoy.
You cannot win.
I think visually speaking, this is the best looking trailer.
Grief. Looks like we've awakened a real bona fide monster.
But the most hype trailer, I think, was the Fusions trailer. Should have paid us to play it. That's a crazy thing to say. Bandai would go bankrupt. Also, didn't 17 and 18 share the same super in BT3? No. They didn't. I can actually show you. Game capture. Oh, yeah, game capture. Let me turn the audio up for PCSX2. See, the nice thing about emulators is that you can fast forward stuff. So, let me just connect my controller again.
It's in.
So, if we look at 17 and 18 really quick. Let's look at 18's ultimate really quick. Fast forward.
Are you ready? Fine.
Okay.
You're finished already. Here goes. I'll enjoy this.
So this is 18's ultimate. We've seen bits and pieces of this in the trailers so far.
It's over.
Especially that shot right there. We've already seen that in the very, very first trailer. And then if we go to 17. Okay.
Why don't we just finish this?
This is Sadistic Dance. So this is the one he does with 18, where he does all the shiny bullet hell thing. Now, my question is, if Android 17Z is in the game, that is definitely his ultimate. But in the very, very first announcement trailer, we see that 17's ultimate is Super Electric Strike from Xenoverse 2. Right? I'm gonna put this off. So if we look at the announcement trailer again, actually I don't have to. His ultimate here is Super Electric Strike. Now, I don't know if this is his ultimate at all. If it is, then it's missing one visual cue that every other ultimate has. If you know what a vignette is, it's like a black blur around the edges of a model, or edges of the screen. Every ultimate so far has featured a vignette. So like, if you see right here, at the edges, there's like a black blur around the corners of the screen. Every ultimate has this. I don't think this is an ultimate. This is an ultimate. Like, this part of the screen is shaded black. So this is an ultimate. That is how they differentiate ultimates in this game. I'm pretty sure this right here, yeah. See, it has a black blur around the corners of the screen. Super Electric Strike doesn't have that black corner blur thing. So if that's how they're differentiating ultimates, then it's a possibility that Android 17 Super is the only Android 17 in the game. I don't think that... I unfortunately don't know if they're going to do Android 17Z anymore. I hope they do, because he's different enough, but I don't know. Really hope Captain Ginyu switches body like the first Tenkaichi. That'd be funny. Isn't Trunks going to be added to Fortnite soon? I mean, they're saying they will, but I haven't touched Fortnite since the first Dragon Ball collab. Too much, at least. Do you think the Squid Chick Roshi fought will... Squid Chick? There was a Squid Chick? Are you talking about the one with the red hair? And like the greenish skin, like the light green skin? Am I thinking of the right one? I can see that bird guy. I forgot his name, but I think the bird guy could make it in. I think he has enough moves to make it in. Oh, do we think Obuni is going to make it in, though? I hope this guy makes it in. I think he's super cool. Honestly? I can totally see this guy making it in. They're focusing really, really, really heavily on Tournament of Power. I can totally see Obuni coming in. Z17 is in the trailer, but he doesn't get registered as a separate character, which I don't know if that's because he's not counted as a master or apprentice, but I don't know. This guy does a lot, so I think he could make it in, and like you said, Universe 6 Saiyans should make it in, and I agree. I think those would make really cool additions. I hope Nail comes back. Oh, this person. Yeah. It's possible. I forgot, like, all the stuff that she did, but... Obuni would be fire, though. Like, him making those, like, multicolored clones of his for his ultimate. Kasserl? Yeah, he'd be cool, too. Yeah. It'd be cool. Don't really care for the Tournament Power characters that weren't the heavy hitters, to be honest. There are going to be a few of them for story reasons. I think that not putting a lot of Tournament of Power characters in this game would be a missed opportunity, to be honest with you. Turn Giant. Bro's abilities to single-handedly jump you, yeah. I would like that, for sure. Jimizu? Who's Jimizu? Is that another character from the Tournament of Power? Oh, the Yard Rat, huh? Did he do a lot though? I don't think he did more than just teleporting around. Anaraza? I think Anaraza, I think he might make it in because we only have one giant confirmed. We only know Super Saiyan, or not Super Saiyan, Grade 8 Vegeta's coming in. But we don't know any other giant characters that are coming in. Humanoid, regular, and giant with wings. Yeah. It could happen. But I'm not gonna hope for... I don't know if Humanoid's gonna make it, because Humanoid didn't really do much in DBS. She just kind of transformed. But then again, Kefla didn't do anything in base. So... They're making her playable. One thing I will say is you can't really rule anything out for a Tenkaichi game because they really can do anything. This is the type of game they can do anything. I hope Farmer with a Shotgun is playable. Sorry, man. I think that's the one character we can't see in the game, or we won't see in the game. Definitely getting Hirudegarn. If Goku has Dragon Fist, you see at the start of the Rivals trailer. Yeah. Fun fact. We have seen moves of Goku and Vegeta that have never been used in a game before. There was a particular scan. If I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Here. I don't know if Zied's is still in this stream, but we have Super Dragon Twin Fist. This is the move he used against Janemba. He never used this in any other game. We've never seen this playable, this move. We know of some move called Cosmic Circle. I don't know what that is all about. I think that's just Vegeta's technique. Anything else interesting here? Not really. Not really. Everything's pretty expected, I think. Just this one, I think, in particular, looks really, really interesting. Playable Dragon Ball Online avatar? That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. So I think if we're gonna get Super Dragon Twin Fist, I think we can definitely expect Janemba at some point in the game, right? I think he might be base game. Do you guys think he's gonna be base game? I think Janemba might be base game. This is the move he used against Janemba. It's from Dragon Ball FighterZ, Santo. This song. Let's actually look at the intro for Rivals, because we get to see a bunch of stuff they never really mention. I'm gonna pause the music really quick. Spirit Bomb. I think that says Dirty Fireworks. This has to be Dirty Fireworks, right? Warp Kamehameha. Transformation sequence, I'm guessing, for Super Saiyan Vegeta. Yeah, Dragon Fist right here. Maximum Flasher. This seems to be a new I don't know what this is. This might be an intro, honestly. He creates a ki blast only to fizzle it out. I think this might be base Goku Super's intro. Gallic Gun, God Kamehameha. God Heat Flash, I think that this is called. And then just a bunch of what is this? This is that Vegeta Ultimate we get to see briefly near the end.
All right, let's go.
Let our battle come
Let's see. Also, one thing I want to point out.
now to show you the overwhelm.
The visual cue for a guard break is so pretty in this game, dude. I don't know what this is. You see Goku is glowing. But then it, like, breaks it. He breaks something, like a guard or something, I'm guessing. And it glows, it flares out to these, like, red crystals. I think that looks so pretty. I think that looks so nice. I don't know if this is a guard break or something. I'm assuming it is, but SZ might be the first. Let me actually read all of these. Now, the deep cut I want to see in the game is the other God of Destructions. Again, I just want Belmod. If Belmod's playable, I'm happy. GT Count Super Baby, Grade 8 Vegeta. Honestly, yeah. I think, again, I've said this before, but if GT is going to be shown anywhere, it's Summer Game Fest. If they're going to show Super Saiyan 4 Goku anywhere, it's going to be Summer Game Fest. Because, think about it, right? Millions are going to watch Summer Game Fest. It just makes the most sense to put all the really, really, really hype stuff in there. Put GT Goku in there, Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Instinct in there. You know, put Full Power Jiren in there, Goku Black. These are characters that people want to see. These are the characters that will get people to buy the game. I think if they're going to show them anywhere at all, it's going to be Summer Game Fest. It just makes the most sense, in my opinion. But then again, they did show fusions, like, right here, like, right now, so I don't know. If not, then characters like Z Broly, Cooler, Janemba, Turles will definitely be in the game at some point. Yeah, I agree. Sound like it'd be in a Sonic game. I don't know. The only Sonic game I've ever, like, played extensively is Sonic Riders on the PS2. That game was insane, bro. According to the latest magazine, Blue Gogeta can teleport and protect himself with the barrier. Oh yeah? Huh. Oh, that might be like an explosive wave kind of skill, like in Tenkaichi 3. It's cool because they're expanding on Buu Saga characters because Goku and Vegeta's ends movesets were a little lazy in PT3. Were they? I mean, they were never really my picks. Back when I was a kid, I would always pick like Gogeta and Vegeta, so I never really played Goku that much. I used to pick Super Saiyan 3 if I did pick anybody when I was a kid. SZ might be the first Davey game to cover Tournament Power and Story Mode, which is mind-blowing considering it's almost been a half a decade since the anime ended. It might be the first game to faithfully, or at least somewhat faithfully adapt it, because Tournament of Power and Xenoverse 2 has, like, it's their kind of own take on it. Isn't this the trailer where Goku's hair breaks? Yeah. If we ever get a story mode with some form of cutscenes, if there's one scene I wish they would adapt from Super, it's Goku falling into the Spirit Bomb before UI. Legends has it as a self-res unit. I would love for us to get some sort of cutscene where... I'm trying to think. I just had it in my mind, but it, like, disappeared. For sure, Goku falling into the Spirit Bomb would be really sick. Oh, but you know one that I would absolutely love? The one where Goku falls from space, and then he goes into the water, and he's, like, passed out for a couple seconds, and then, like, hearing his friends' voices, he, like, wakes up and goes to the space. I would love that cutscene to be a thing. The fact that Roshi has falling physics basically proves OGDV is going to be in the game at some point. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of silly to think that we wouldn't get them at some point. Blue Saga, Goku, and Vegeta had really bad movesets, mega generic. Interesting. I didn't play them too much, so I don't know. My favorite Buu Saga character would probably be Majin Vegeta, honestly, in Tenkaichi 3. SGF will probably be a villains trailer consisting of characters like Raditz, Ginyu, Raccoon, all those people. Maybe. Imagine showing Sparking Zero to a person in the past. Bro, if he showed me this when I was a kid, I would explode. Imagine, okay, they already confirmed that move will be in the Rivals trailer. Or was in the Rivals trailer. Well, it's just, not that one, Drakon. I mean, that would be really cool for sure. But the one where, you know, Goku and Beerus are in space, and then Beerus, like, knocks Goku down, and Goku falls into the water from the space barrier, I guess, the atmosphere. Falls into the atmosphere, into the ocean, and then Goku goes back up into space. I think that'd be a cool thing to adapt, for sure. Do you guys have particular hopes for the story mode? I know we haven't really touched story mode too much. We talked about characters, DLCs, all that, but you guys have any particular hopes for the story mode? I really hope it's like Tenkaichi 2, with a lot of what ifs. And like a slight, like, small overworld where you can fly over. I don't know how they'll handle it, but could be cool. Could be very cool, I think. Goku. Oh yeah, dude. Goku Black versus Turles, like a what if story, would be cool. But honestly speaking, I don't think they're gonna do that because Goku Black would erase that man before he even like puts his foot down to earth. I'm honestly not expecting anything fancy like cutscenes or anything, but I'm hoping we'll get a lot of character interactions and what if moments. I think if Sean Schemmel's statement is anything to go by, 60 to 80 hours or even more of voice acting, I think we're kind of guaranteed to have a lot of character interactions. If not, oh god, that voice crack was crazy. But I think we're gonna have a lot of interactions, if not a lot of story cutscenes or story dialogue. I wonder what character has the catalyst in Bandai to say, let's make a new game. Producer panel, they say they pitched the idea to Ryumito, and he says, let's do it, but no more. I don't know too much about what happens behind the scenes either. As far as I'm aware, they probably did pitch a Xenoverse 3 at some point. I don't know if they did, but I'm sure they probably brought up the idea. And they said, oh hey, there's this one game from like a decade ago that people still play to this day and still continue to pirate, right? And they probably said, hey, what if we made a new one? That's probably what happened. That's probably why Xenoverse 2 is a live service now. We're getting DLC to this day. Albeit, really good DLC now. I know it's not really everybody's taste, but I think Xenoverse is a good game. And it's really ramping its quality up now as well. There's one cool thing in RB. It allows you to play the perspective of the villains. I know BT3 did that a couple times. In the Frieza Saga, for example, you get to play as Frieza. I think in the Cell Saga, you play as Cell as well. BT2 has the best story mode in the series, so I hope it's a huge rip on that one. I agree. Yeah, no, BT3 had the best story, the best OST. Arguably, well, the competitive scene prefers BT2's combat over BT3. So arguably better combat as well. But I think I prefer the speed and movement of Tenkaichi 3. Goku Black versus Future Gohan, what if? I think that one's a given. Dude, that'd be kind of heart-wrenching, honestly. Gohan sees his dad after like a decade, but it's Goku Black. I think that'd be a really cool story mode. What if? Pride Troopers versus Ginyu Force. I feel like that kind of has to happen. GT-Ku versus Goku Black or Beerus. Yeah, that'd be cool too. Xenoverse 2 carrying that 5 years. Listen, over 1 million people still play Xenoverse 2 to this day, right? If that game didn't do what it's been doing for the past, like, half a decade, Sparking wouldn't exist. And I say that with my chest. It's not my favorite game by any means. I still regard Tenkaichi 3 as my favorite game, but Xenoverse 2 has been hard carrying this franchise. The gaming side, at least. And all the trailers, do you think any footage is scenes from the story mode? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. The only one I could tell you could possibly be from the story mode is from Power versus Speed right here. Let me see. This moment where Kale and Broly are clashing. Right here. Oh. This right here. This is either a special intro or a cutscene. I can tell you that much. Well, the trailers, so you thinking, yeah, okay. How would Zamasu get in Goku's body if he's dead? Time ring. The whole point of Goku Black was that he was from an alternate timeline. So, it's really tricky, right? Because Zamasu's, Trunks' Zamasu wasn't the one that changed bodies with Goku Black. It was, from another timeline. That Goku Black, that Zamasu was from another timeline. And he came to Trunks' timeline to join forces with that Zamasu from that timeline. No worries, Stevie Z Mods. Welcome in. We know Vegito versus Gogeta is probably a thing. Same with Broly versus Kale. We also have voice lines for Hit versus Broly. Also, Kagi, aka Sayu. I'm not sure how you say their VTuber name, but they said he spoke with he spoke with one of the writers for this game, the English voice actor writers, or English voice cast writers, and he said that he put a good grief in there, like as a JoJo reference, which is really cool. Here, let me pause the music really quick. Let me show you. It's really funny. I know a lot of people pointed it out, but this is Jotaro's voice actor, by the way. So, I'm 100% certain this was a JoJo reference right here. It's funny. It's a little cute reference. Master versus Disciple is story footage, specifically future Trunks and Gohan. Maybe. It's possible. Summer Game Fest might be the perfect place to show either the story mode or announce GT or OG or show us a new gameplay showcase. I think that's a good place to show all of that, honestly. I think they might show a couple of story bits. They might show... it's crazy how little we know about the game still. They're hiding a lot. Yeah, honestly, we've seen a bit of the gameplay, but I think they're still hiding way too much from the gameplay. We haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything at all. If we really think about it, we haven't seen anything. They keep showing us, like, super attacks. Which I think is a big reason why people are, like, nitpicking on Twitter as well, right? We already know the game's not going to be the perfect-looking Dragon Ball game. I think it looks great. It's not the perfect-looking Dragon Ball game, though. And I don't think anybody's trying to argue that, but the reason people are nitpicking is because flashy supers has never really been Tenkaichi's specialty. It's been more so the rosters and destructible stages. That's always what they've always marketed, on the PS2 games at least. What was I saying? Yeah, I think, Dragon Claw, I mentioned before, I think Super Saiyan 4, if there's going to be GT in the game, they're probably going to show it at Summer Games Fest. Will you be able to go to Japan to play the demo? Probably not. I have college over the summer as well, so I can't. Kagi the goat, yeah, he said the line. Kagi cook with that? Oh, Kagi wasn't the one who said that line. Kagi talked to a scriptwriter for the game, the English scriptwriters for the game, and they said they put a JoJo reference in the game. Goku Black versus Baby Vegeta. I think that'd be a cool vote. If we're seeing OG, it's gonna be coupled with GT. Make Kid Goku centric, show both sides of the coin. It'd be cool. So far we've seen all the BT3 mechanics pretty much, plus new ones. I don't think they're gonna show any secondary skills or supers for characters, except the mentions in V-Jump. Surprised they haven't shown a real destroyed stage out of eluding in the first trailer. So, funny thing you say that, Ziad. I'm gonna bring out your tweet again. We know that Super Saiyan 3 Goku has this Kamehameha. That's his super. That's his level 1 super. Or his Blast 1, right? I guess that's what I can call it. Super Dragon Twin Fist, I think that's his Blast 2 super. And then his ultimate would be Dragon Fist. So, I think out of any character, we know all the skill sets for all the skills for Super Saiyan 3, at least on the attack side. I'm surprised they haven't shown a real destroyed stage out of alluding to it in the first trailer. Yeah, it's a little tricky right now. I don't know what they're gonna show next. I think what people are missing, this is the release version of the game, having this many mechanics and characters and movements. Yeah, I agree. I think shortly after the Summer Games Fest trailer, maybe in July, well, we're probably gonna get another gameplay showcase. I think it's kind of imminent, right? You can't keep showing me flashy supers. I need to see more of the gameplay to really judge if this is a good game or not. The first trailer, in my opinion, is not enough of a indicator. It's a good sign. It looks good. With some rough edges, of course, but I think it looks good so far. Sparking Zero shaders would look cool on fighters models. Maybe. Mimic, yeah. Future Gohan versus adult Gohan. That could be cool, but kind of depressing. Super Saiyan Goku Blue. Oh yeah, Super Saiyan Blue Goku. He has a Kamehameha. Yeah, he does. That's right, huh? Mention he goes Kaioken. Yeah, true. I think we know more about Blue Goku than we do Super Saiyan 3 here, right? How many rosters or roster slots are still available? 82. So far we have 82 roster slots confirmed out of the 164. So we're about halfway right now. I'm gonna miss Super Explosive Wave for Super Saiyan 3. The man's was standing on business. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but I kind of hated Super Explosive Wave on Super Saiyan 3 Goku. I loved it on characters like Gogeta, but I hated it on... actually, I didn't even like it on Gogeta now that I think about it. I liked it on... I liked it on one character, but I forgot which character that was. I don't like it on Super Saiyan 3 Goku, though, because he has a lot of moves in his skill set that he could use. Gonna miss it. Yep, okay. I actually think next week is Gameplay Showcase. I don't know if they're gonna show new content. You know what, Zenzo? If anything, I can see it go one of two ways, okay? Summer Games Fest, we get a character trailer with a release date and, like, information about collector's editions and stuff. But shortly after, they could release the gameplay trailer with like a proper showcase, I guess. New mechanics, and they're gonna show all of that stuff. Calling it now, the SGF trailer would be Tournament of Power focused, showing several Tournament of Power fighters, and ending on the reveals of Full Power Jiren, God Topa Blue Evolution, and Sign Mui Goku. I think so too. I think it's gonna be heavily focused on Tournament of Power, but I think if they're gonna show GT anywhere, I think that's the place to show it. In the Rivals trailer, you can see Goku Super Saiyan 3 getting ready to do the Dragon Attack. Yeah. Mui Goku Leak has me thinking this. Yeah. 82 is really big. You made a tweet about it a while ago. I see your tweets on my feed sometimes. But only when you're talking about Sparking Zero. It's crazy that PUBG is about to have Vegito before Fortnite. Now that I think about it, Ziad, I don't think I'm following you on Twitter. Here, let me actually go ahead and do that. It's nice to have people to talk to this game about, because my friends are sick and tired of me talking about this game. So, let me go ahead and follow you. Alright, done. It's crazy that PUBG is about to have Vegito before Fortnite. Is it? It's kind of cool. Listen, it was not the best, but he had that shit on. Yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. Super Saiyan 3 and BT3 had aura, okay? Gave Sukuna a run for his money. There's another possibility with how the Fusion trailer worked out. What about a tournament mode later? Shows mode, OG, DB, characters, tournament power characters. Maybe. Did they? That's funny. What tweet was it on? Oh, Aries. Dang, I just realized I've been streaming for like 4 hours. I didn't expect the stream to be this long, but I guess I just had a lot on my mind from this game. In fact, I think I can keep talking about it for a little bit. So yeah, story mode, what if stuff. I think we can see a lot. I have very high hopes for this game, you guys. I think they're bringing their A game next week. I think the trailer next week is going to be the best one. I have hope. I have hope. Big hope. How many more Tournament of Power characters do we still need to see? Ribrianne and Rosie, Lavender, and Basil, I guess? Plus forms like Giant Ribrianne and Bergamo, God Topo, and Full Power Jiren. I would love to see Obuni. You know the guy who fought Gohan? I think he would make a really cool character. If I had a Tournament of Power pick from the 80 characters from there, I would probably pick Obuni, like number 1. From the characters that haven't been confirmed, of course. Twitter shorted Evolve and Elon bought it. Bro, I know, okay, listen, I was exaggerating. Ziad probably remembers this, but like back in January when the Rivals trailer came out, I was like, hey, this game has a lot of glitches. And I got called so many slurs. It was so funny. But it was kind of sad, honestly. It had me questioning if I wanted to be on here or not, on the website. Admittedly, I did blow some of it out of proportion. But I called every slur in the book. Every slur. Like, things you couldn't even imagine could come out of a person's mouth. Those kinds of slurs. It was crazy. OGDB and base roster is Cope, but man, do I want to see Goku and DB Piccolo. Kind of surprised they were never in a BT before. I mean, they were kind of in a BT game before. But not really at the same time. Like, early and mid Goku have BT, or World Tournament Goku's moves. And early Piccolo is called a junior if you pick him in the tournament, World Tournament mode. Yeah. Bro, legit, the Sparking Zero shit gets serious. It gets crazy on there. Listen, I love this game, but it's kind of hard to critique it, right? I want to give my personal critiques on it to make sure this game is the best it can be, because the developers of this game are super active on Twitter. It was said in the in one of the interviews, if I recall, that Sofian, I think, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing their name right, a creator in the French Dragon Ball space named Sofian Le Geek, I think, Le Geek. They conducted an interview with the developer or the producer of the game, like right after Battle Hour, and they said that the developers are working on gathering community feedback. Please, please, please do the power level thing where Janemba doesn't flinch unless you go Super Saiyan 3. Yeah, that'd be cool. I hope for like a ranked game mode though, they do take off all those like power level caps for ranked. I want to be able to beat Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta for with Cyberman. That'd be funny as hell. Dude, listen, Ziad. This might be a bit egotistical to say at this point, but I feel like I've become the Sparking guy on Twitter, okay? My profile, I post more about Sparking than I talk about art at this point. My profile started off as an art account, but all I talk about now is Sparking Zero. So much so that I made a separate art account, just so I can post art there. And I've been talking more about Sparking Zero than making art, so that says a lot. I've been glazing this game since day one, but the moment I also say something that is like even remotely somewhat negative. Usually if it is negative, I do like put it in a constructive critique format, but yeah, I get called a lot of slurs. It's kind of funny. It's also the interview where they said they weren't gonna rush the game. Yeah. That's where they said it too, yeah. When is the game gonna release? We're gonna find out next week. See, Ziad, you have the benefit of playing Dokkan and Legends. I don't play. I don't play those games anymore. I used to play Legends a decent bit, but I stopped. And Dokkan I couldn't really get into. It wasn't really my cup of tea. For me, I only really get on Twitter to talk about Dragon Ball because it's my Dragon Ball outlet. Occasionally I'll talk about like the Yakuza games because I really like the Yakuza games. But yeah, beyond that, I don't really talk about too much on Twitter. Because the only thing I can really discuss otherwise is like math, because I am an engineer major. I do engineering and computer coding and stuff. And that's all boring talk, so I don't want to talk about math and integrals and calculus and stuff. Man, I need more hobbies other than art. When is the game gonna release? Again, DZ. I think it's gonna be revealed next week. Curious, nobody talks about this game, but what are your guys' thoughts on Battle of Z? Okay, Aries, I'm gonna give you a little story. For a while, the only console I had was a PlayStation Vita. And me being a massive Dragon Ball fan, the only game I had available to me was Battle of Z when I was in my PS Vita phase. I love that game. I used to get on around evening time, and that's when the Japanese kids would hop on. So I would play with a bunch of random Japanese kids on that game. It was so fun. I was like 14, playing with random Japanese kids online. And yeah. Random question, you just like me for real. Oh, are you a engineering major too? Computer science / engineering major, Ziad? June 30th, 299. Yeah, that's a crazy ass release date. I think I might be a grandpa by then. Or might be even dead. I don't know. Random question, but speaking of Dokkan, Ziad. Okay, yeah, that's a Ziad question. Using your engineering knowledge, mathematically speaking, what are the chances Gokhan makes it in? See, if we do a surface integral across the sphere, I think we can conclude that Gokhan is not going to make it in. I'm sorry, Senzo. Oh, nice. That's fun. Do you like programming, or are you like every other programming major? Do you absolutely hate it too? I don't hate it, it's not my favorite cup of tea, I guess. Random question, but how do you make the rigs in your renders? That's a great question. Also, okay, since you guys are here, do you guys want a sneak peek to my next render? I feel like this could be kind of cool. I can show you it. Let's keep this between us though, yeah? I'm gonna show you it for like a second, but then it's gonna disappear, okay? Whoop. Yeah, that's your 1.5 seconds of the render. Zenzo, I can't say for sure, and I'm not going to say it will, but I sure do hope so. I really do hope so. I want GT to be in the game. It was my favorite arc in Tenkaichi 3. All the characters are super fun from GT. That's true, cold cuts. That's cool. And I'll give you another hint, guys. That render, the title for that is going to be the big 3 of the 8th generation. Now you might be wondering what the 8th generation stands for. I'm going to geek out for a second, and I apologize. But the 8th generation of consoles includes the PS4, the Nintendo Switch, and the Xbox One. I knew some dumbass was probably going to say, where's Sparking Zero? That's why I put 8th generation in the title. Because Sparking is 9th generation. Yeah. If you guys want to, you can follow my art account. It's Art Crepes right here. Yeah, I think Wii U counts as 7th generation now. Wait, is DBS hype back? Oh no, he isn't. Damn. Yeah, this is my art account. Art Crepes, if you guys want to follow it. But if you want Sparking Zero, I don't get paid for talking about it, but I love talking about the game. So if you want to follow on my Twitter, follow my main Twitter, where I talk about Sparking Zero. It's Art Creeps. Same as my YouTube handle, I guess. But yeah, I can't really think of too much more to talk about, but yeah, last second wishes for Summer Games Fest. I'm not going to guarantee I will stream, but if I do, I will announce it on Twitter, or maybe if you're a YouTube only person, maybe I'll do a community post, but I'll definitely post on Twitter if I'm going to do a stream on YouTube for Summer Games Fest. If you guys would be interested in that, let me know. But yeah. It's gonna be super hype. Can't wait. Let me know any last second wishes you have for the trailer that we're gonna get next week, or I guess later this week. Would love a stream. Do you use Rigify? I don't use Rigify. Definitely interested. Okay. Hey Makai. Welcome in. I was actually thinking of wrapping up pretty soon here because I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, but welcome in. We're just talking about stuff we'd like to see for the next trailer. If you'd like to add anything. Obviously, I think we're gonna get... I think UI Goku is a strong contender, like I've said before. Full power Jiren would make a lot of sense. Super Saiyan, if GT is going to be in base game, I think Super Saiyan 4 has a very good chance of showing up. Goku Black. I would love to see Goku Black. One thing I would absolutely love to see, in Tenkaichi 3, you could pick people off the ground when they were laid out. I really hope we get to see people get picked up off the ground and thrown up. And... I would love to see Teen Gohan. Yeah, Teen Gohan would be cool. Z, Bardock, and Turles. Dude, I hope. I really hope. Interested in seeing how you make your renders? Maybe I'll do a stream someday. I won't guarantee it, because art streams usually don't do that well. Whenever I do, like, game streams, or, like here, I'm doing a Sparking stream, just talking about the game. That's something I'd be interested in, too. Because they just, like... I've had at least 30, almost 40 concurrent viewers who've been watching the stream. Usually I get like 4 or 5 when I do like an art stream, so I think yeah, Sparking streams, like gameplay focused streams or just discussion streams, do the best. Sky Zamasu? Oh, how are you gonna play it? Sky Zamasu. I think that could be a cool like story boss. I don't know what they would do for it, but it could be cool. Bardock base and Super Saiyan. I think I said it before, but I'm okay with Bardock being in the game if Chilled is in the game. Bardock Super Saiyan, I mean. If Super Saiyan Bardock's in the game, I think I need Chilled in the game too. Gameplay, UI Goku Jiren, Goku Black. Yep, I think all of those might actually show up. They have a very good chance of showing up because we got that icon leak, right? Turles was brutal, yeah. Do you like Super Monkey Ball? I played it a little bit on my PS Vita, but not too much. It was okay. Sky Zamasu could be an alt. Maybe. I don't know how they'd handle it, but could be cool. You know, I want them to bring back loading screen minigames. Bro, please. Please. And if you're... You know what'd be even better? If you were playing against somebody, and you can do the minigame online together when you're waiting for the game to load. That'd be really fun. Grade A Bardock? That'd be cool too. Didn't that patent die off? Which one? I forgot what I was talking about for the patents and stuff. We got DBS Bardock. I think he'll be a costume. Mainly because the only thing we see Bardock do in DBS Broly is the move, the final move. What is it called again? Spirit Cannon? Oh, you're talking about the loading minigame thing. Bandai, yeah, okay. Maybe DBS could be a skin. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Loading screen minigames, like uploading screens. Well, if this game is gonna be insane, like I said, we have finally seen a bit of lag in this game. Again, this was me just like noticing. I like to analyze the game sometimes, and that's kind of led me to depression sometimes, but it's okay. I'd like to show you guys this. This move is very visually heavy, I'm guessing, because this is the first time we've seen the game lag. Right around here. Yeah, this right here. You see how the camera's going out, it lags a little bit? This is the first time we've seen frame drops in a trailer. So this game, I think, will be pretty heavy on systems. Do I like Sly Cooper? Yes, I do. DLC characters that I think could be in the game among... Damn. Among Us. The only character I want from GT is Goku Super Saiyan 4, Gogeta, and Baby Vegeta. I think if GT is going to be in the game, Goku and Vegeta are kind of guaranteed. That's why I can't be on PS4 and Xbox One. Yeah, no, I think PS4s would explode, bro. They already sound like jet turbines. I wonder how they made the model. Probably using Autodesk 3ds Max or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's pretty much what I had to add. Super Saiyajin 5 El Major. It's definitely making it in. It'd be crazy, bro. Absolutely insane. But yeah, my earphones are about to die because I've been talking for like 5 straight hours. I can't believe I can yap this much about this game, but you know what? I'm just excited, man. Yeah, thank you all for coming. I'd love to do some more streams. Maybe I'll do like videos and stuff just talking about this game if you guys are interested in that. I do know I'm gonna make videos and streams for sure when this game comes out. But yeah. Thank you guys for coming. Let me know if you guys want to see more. Maybe I can do another one of these. Maybe I can just do a stream playing the game, Tenkaichi 3. That's something I've been doing here and there. If you guys want to see a Tenkaichi 3 stream, I might do one in a couple days if you want. Or maybe even tomorrow. This Friday? I don't know for sure if I am, Akai, but if I am, I'll definitely put it on Twitter. Yeah, awesome, man. Sounds good. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for coming by, all of you. This has been very fun, just talking to you all. And yeah, maybe around Summer Game Fest, I might make like a Discord server where we can just like talk about it together. And maybe we can do like streams together where we're like theorizing what we can see in the game. Could be a fun time. You know, feel like little kids again. Grown-ass men. I'm only 20, by the way. Grown-ass men talking about Budokai Tenkaichi. Man, I missed these games so much. I'm so glad it's coming back. But yeah, thank you all for coming by. For updates, just check my Twitter out at rcrepes. And yeah, wonderful stream, guys. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night.